quick because you know that TL will definitely ban that out. And now the Gatakacha as well as the Jushin, you guys mentioned it earlier, the Gatakacha was going to get taken away, and now the Jushin. So there's already a lot of control, but I'm okay with this because
why fix it? Just keep it out with. Heroes like Granger, things like that, since they're already covered in terms of the early game with the Uranus and Kimmy. So yep, with the Lancelot or any assassin hero would work well on Terror Queen's hero composition. So for TLPH, they ban out heroes like Badang. Could be Lapu-Lapu actually. For the team, could be a Hylos even as a ban. But for Terror Queens, they could ban out Moskov, they could ban out Bruno, same as to what they did on game number 2. Yeah, just to force Kala to use the Harith again or any other hero, just not not the hero that has the potential to go for a split push.
Oh, and CC been taken out by Terror Queens. So, do you think that there's a reason for that, Lafel?
A few things, because gaming gladiators have shown this CC and Gatot combo when the current claw is being used. You can't run away from the AOG, so that's one. Number 2, I think there's a lot of junglers, something like a Joy, really don't like that current call, because say you tie up the Joy and the Uranus, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, what are you supposed to do? So honestly, like, yeah, I get it a little bit out of the blue, but I can see the reasoning, right? You don't want that combo with the Gatot, and this might be a pick just to protect your jungler.
Yeah, true. I'm thinking now. I think just because they gave out the most, and the Minter has been banned for TLPH, so you need a strong front runner also for Terror Queens. We've mentioned about. In terms of ability, could be in par with the control of Jushin. Yeah, Khalid could be an option.
Khalid definitely is one of the options that is viable right now for Terror. Oh, but yeah, I was about to say that actually.
Carmilla.
Oh, but Camilla.
Hey, if you want to play macro, play team fight
against the GG during the last game.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure if no, they won't take another marksman. What is it? They still lacking. Assuming that Gatot is gonna be the Rome EXP. Could be the Lapu.
For Joy, because they're also very comfortable. But yeah, Hayabusa will be the first pick.
Yeah, so right now the picks have been done. This is potentially the final game for Team Liquid. I'm pretty sure with all the fans there, they hope they can extend Or it's all up to the players. I think both had a pretty good draft. Now it's all about execution. Thank you very much, Fasha, as well as Chantel. Now I'm going to throw it over to our casters, where again, potentially the last game.
Four sitting at a 2, one more game win away to securing their third place here at MWI. Is it over, or will PH
Hey, they're even louder than the TQ fans in the building today. But TQ have been, and for the first time in the series, TLPH have let go of Uranus. TQ pick it up themselves.
Yes, and especially with the YSS as well, the panel highlighted the TLPH 20K USD
out.
This is what we're talking about, that TQ is just good at punishing. AOG follow-up, Sakushi targeted, but still you cannot deny that TQ was just waiting. It's like they're dangling bait all over Team Liquid's face, and they were like, okay, you might take the lead now, but wait and see what we have. The goal difference we mentioned, that was just eliminated. That was just erased. It's like never Team Liquid off top here onto the early game. We're heading on to a quick pause, but still for TQ, we do have to consider that they have the momentum for Game 1 and Game 2 win.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The TL, the discipline that we've seen, the discipline that we've kind of known from them, that's part of their character, you know? That's been part of TLPH's identity for such a long time. All the way from the group stage, we were always just talking about how good Liquid are at utilizing the macro, controlling objectives, playing it slow, and getting any lead to snowball to a massive one through that disciplined macro style. Terra Queens, it might just be a case of Terra Queens being able to bait out Team Liquid to play Terra Queens' playstyle.
And somewhat, this is what we're talking about, more so them falling onto the trap fully here for TQ. And as usual, you mentioned time and time again, this isn't the same TLPH we were seeing onto the group stage all over onto the semi-finals. It's like somewhat, is it the pressure finally creeping up onto them? But let's see, there's still enough time. The game isn't finished yet. There's still a best of 5. They could still come before that reverse sweep if you are a supporter for TLPH. That is a huge momentum that they're playing around with. No more playing around. Just straight for the fight, straight for the head. One more game win for the 3rd place finish.
Terra Queens are on roots. We're scaling up massively. Great traction pulse over Zaichi to burn Flicker. Now see the chase down from Rui. Walks up. Ramisi already used Retribution, so that's a green line for Terra Queens to go for the neutral objective, and it'll probably just be free.
And even Larina is free to roam around, destroying outer turret here against TLPH. And I mentioned no red here for TLPH, a free turtle here for TQ. And Rui just going in onto Daigi. She's alone, forced to back away from that bait yet again for TQ. Low scoring game in my opinion, 8 minutes into the game, 5-3. Kla is doing her job, which is to somehow relieve the pressure onto the top lane. But for TQ, still feels like they're on top for this game.
They've been playing the better MLBB across the series so far, right? They've just been reacting to Team Liquid's moves, punishing them. Look at that, Daiki. That's a frontliner, by the way, folks, and she's just got melted down by Luna Lin, who's a late game MM in the mid lane. Sakoshi's picking up turrets in the bottom lane, tier 2. This early on, 8 minutes in. No lord just yet, but they might be able to pop in a holy defense later on. AOG finally responds from TL to the siege provided as a famous fighter to the back, forcing Luna Lin to flick around. But now Lang walks up all alone. Will be able to escape. Tier 2 traded for the roamer. And it's another one up top. TQ are the ones playing the macro.
Many are saying that the kills doesn't even matter if you're losing onto your turrets, right? The macro. Because at the end of the day, you just have to destroy the crystal. You have to focus on trying to strangle, to somehow dehydrate the team from resources and as well as the freedom to roam around. And TLPH, yes, you've got the numbers onto the kills, but what's happening with the macro? What's happening onto the bigger picture? Because right now, you're seeing that you're still surviving, but it doesn't just mean surviving. You have to fight back. Where's the counter punch against TQ?
I'm hoping for it right now. For Team Liquid, this is looking like a sweep. Little things as well just happening here so Soju shooed Hayabusa away, Rui away.
Yeah.
Which is still ended up taking the purple buff instead of giving it over to Ramisi. Now it's soft mountain chakra already used up. Sakoshi poking with the Death Sonata, and TQ are just utilizing this range advantage.
Even if it looks like little things right now, what Terra Queens are doing, but little things do add up.
Yeah.
And it might explode later on the face of Team Liquid. Lord Upper Grab being forced to use the ulti just to get away.
AOG over. That's going to be the Bravest Fighter. Soldier not landing the taunt now. Going to be kited away. Cool! Curse of Blood on 3! Shadow kill. Look at the damage translation. Rui able to get the quad shadow on the back and now finds Daiki as well. TQ have leveled the playing field on the scoreboard. Now 6-6. They've been behind in kills, winning in objectives. Hlang is just holding on to that turret up top as well. Holy Defense procced in, but TQ get the win. Luna Lin, that's the team second Sky Piercer. They're feeling confident.
Yeah, they are. And for Ramisi as well, she could do nothing right now for a YSS. But yes, we do know that the Moscow is supposed to somehow go for the split push. But what's happening right now? She's leaving her teammates hanging. They're taking out one by one, and for TQ, they're having fun. There isn't anyone from the side of TLPH holding them back.
TQ are just having fun. Like you said, this is another day at the office or
It is.
another day at the playground. TQ, it really just feels like they're in their comfort zone. Every play they make, all the aggressive ones too, have paid off.
Yes.
You know, for TL,
Yeah.
they've been playing a high-risk, high-reward game, but they've just gotten the risks. No rewards so far. Rui, quad shadow in. Forcing Soju utilize that taunt early. Holy Defenses up top will be procced in. Traction goals. Locks him down. That's a good traceless over, but they still have a cannon minion.
For Team Liquid, and as we mentioned, it's confusing on what they are trying to accomplish, right? And for TQ, they have this clear vision, they have this clear intent, and the intent is to kill off members one by one here for TLPH and totally annihilate their chances onto the podium finish.
Curse of Blood, that's Sonata landing. Now it's Daiki walking with the Bravest Fighter. Oh! They flicker out of the AOG and the Bravest Fighter. Soju left for dead. Luna Lin gets a Sky Piercer stacks as TQ wants to continue this push to secure third place. Rui gets an assassination with a shadow kill in the back, and it's going to be Ramisi who gets taken down. Traded for cool, but it's a roam for a jungler.
Still, Terra Queens winning the most here. Team Liquid, so much resources just to take down one room here for Team the Charge. He's doing a terrific job to somehow confusing the members of Team Liquid here on where should they go, who should they target. They've got the gist of it. They got the idea also. But sometimes your Missy just isn't there yet. I thought that was going to be a jump here for Terra Queens, but still, they got the groove here. They got the tempo, Mirko.
It's all up to Claw at this point of the game, man. If Claw can stay away from the Vice Curse of Blood, over, landing on Soju. Now Rui dealing with Daiki as a massive stun in the back with AOG as well, but Sakoshi just dashes away. The SOD doesn't land. Rui gets the kill.
They're doomed.
And Claw is alone in the bottom lane. Hlang is sent to cancel the recall and will be able to find it. Claw, the only beacon of hope for TL, will be zoned away in the bottom lane as Terra Queens secure a podium finish at MWI 2025 at the Esports World Cup.
Sweeping off one of your crowd favorites, TLPH. Terra Queens did it. Finally finding themselves to a much more higher ranking before. Constantly developing, constantly evolving. But a strong finish here for Terra Queens. A 3-0 sweep against Philippines Pride, Team Liquid Philippines.
Phenomenal clean sweep at that. Punishing every little move, every little small mistake that TLPH made along the way. It was fantastic. They were also the ones to implement TL's very own playstyle, playing around the objectives, losing in kills at the start of the game, but playing around those structures, trading around, and not letting this Moskov get to a point where she was too strong. And even the send-off for Halang down below to stop the Moskov, the dodges away from the SODs towards the end there. That was a clean finish for TQ. A crazy improvement from their finish last year.
That is how focused they are. That is how prepared they are for this matchup. But still, props to TLPH for their first MWI, finishing up top 4 out of all the regions here participating. And for Terra Queens, it's a different version. Like, they're so friendly right now, hugging each other, and of course, praising each other. But at the end of the day, they managed to secure a top seed, an upper seed here for their MWI finish.
Hlang, Sakoshi, and Ku are third placers at the MWI 2025 after getting an unfortunate performance last year.
And to hear more, let's hold it over to our stage host.
Terrorizing their opponents in their very first debut here on the international stage, securing a podium finish. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Terra Queens! Absolutely amazing. I have Luna Lin here beside me. Now, I do have a question, actually questions for you. Now, firstly, what does winning this match mean to you, given that, you guys did not make it to the grand finals yesterday?
Actually, yesterday we make a lot of mistakes. Of course, sometimes we can lose, sometimes we can win. But we already made that history. We are so happy. Now we already top 3 also. So we already arrived to Saudi. We thinking like we cannot make it to group stage. Our group stage is really, really hard. But we just, it's just a game, just play. Yeah.
You did your best on the international stage. First time being here, and you guys just secured a top 3 finish, really putting the international eye onto Myanmar itself, and that's really a very good showing. Now, after yesterday's loss, it's very clear that the team is emotional. You guys going back to your country as heroes. And that's absolutely amazing. You guys are already inspiring about MWI here at EWC is third place entitles you guys 500,000 US dollars. Now, how are you going to in the third place? So that's really, really amazing. And now, looking for, what are your goals in the next coming MWI?
Of course, we already first time and in here we already top 3. Next year, we will become Zimbabwe champion.
Oh, yes, there's nowhere but up. And of course, you guys have gotten tons of followers back home and of course new fans as well. Is there anything that you want to say firstly to your teammates and secondly to your fans back home?
I love my teammates so bad because we've been together 2 years, 3 years. We changing so many organizations, but it's hard, but she's trying to learn about the Myanmar English. We also learn about the English and Indonesia. So yeah, I love my teammates a lot. They are my family. I love them a lot. I brought all them also.
And of course, in Burmese, are you able to say something to the fans who are currently watching you on broadcast?
Yes. Can I speak with Myanmar language? Hello. မြန်မာနိုင်ငံနေပေါ့နော်စောင့်ကြည့်နေတဲ့လူတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။မနေ့ကပေါ့နော်မလုံးနိုင်ငံကိုတော်တော်တွေမှာပဲပေါ့နော် Instagram တွေမှာရောအများကြီးဆာလာပွဲလူအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။ Thank you for supporting us guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Luna Lin right here from Terror Queens, putting Myanmar on the map right here at EWC MWI 2025, and it's
Queens and Lunalin, you can see the emotions there. Like, yes, they won, but there's a lot of optimism, saying like, "Oh, I love my team. We've been together for years." And honestly, personally for me, I'm proud of them. They've 8-10 for quite a while now, and then finally top 3.
Yeah, we could see them actually tagged as a team that wants redemption prior the start of the MWI 2025, and ending third place is already a statement for Myanmar. I mean, and not everyone were expecting them to
had their fallouts in their own, not only just for their region, but they're also in the international level as well. But then coming in for the third place, or even here, rightly focused
For every single matchup, it's just close. It's just small mistakes here and there, because we even heard in the interviews like, yeah, yesterday we made a lot of mistakes. We solved that, and it's very evident because them going up against Team Liquid, winning is one thing. 3-0, clean sweep, that's a statement. And that shows mentally where they're at. It's like, yes, we lost, but we're not gonna let that drag us down.
Yeah. Since you've mentioned the word mentally, I just think that for this game, it was the Terror Queens that was mentally and emotionally prepared all throughout the game, because at game number 3,
Oh, I gotta agree on that, and the fact that the zoning wise that was done by Klang. Oh my god, I feel like that really needs a recognition as well as a credit for her, because she always makes sure that Clyde
For female MLBB back in the Philippines, because I kind of feel like, yes, they lost, but I feel like organization, coaches, managers, they're looking at her and like, this girl has potential. She's got what it takes, because this is her debut. This is her first time.
yep, like girl, huge respect, mad respect for Club. She wants a team fight. We're in. Every one of her teammates wasn't really near her, but she knows that she can, and she did. But it just so happened that it's a 5v5. It is a team, a team-oriented game, and yep, for
Is dead and only
for them, because this is the game where, like, most of the time so much of the offensive coming in from the team of Terror Queens to the sides of the 4 players itself. This is where Daiki and Ramichi needs to pull through, and even Zaishi were trying to picking off, trying to make sure that they can have the initiation. End up didn't go into the favor, but this is the fine line. I really like how Luna Link comes in with the traction pulse and able to steal that. Who would have thought that?
insane. That's a wow, wow, wee, wow.
yeah, I think I heard you scream during that. Like, whoa, traction balls! But yeah, I also feel like for the matchup between the mid laners, when we saw the stats, it tells a lot about how Luna was able to control the mid lane, because or like break the momentum of the other team.
Oh, agreed, definitely. But I gotta give a heads up to the Cloud as well. Look at that.
The moment she's not really in or she's not really, it doesn't begin with her as
With the if she actually land the Spear of Destruction right on the time with it and neutralize a little bit of the things, but it misses just a slight point on that SOD, and that's when the point like that Clark say like, oh, I can't go into the team fight. So at the end of it all, she had to watch all her players, teammates just falter to the ground.
Well, with that being said, again, big congratulations to Terra Queens for getting third place. And after this, it's going to be the grand final. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality.
Hey, Naisu, a little birdie told me there's a place that we can play with the doggies. So I think it's about time we check them out.
He's checking you out right now. He's got his. Let's go check it. Let's go check out the puppies. They obviously, as you guys can tell, definitely come out and check out this place. You guys can, and if you want to know, we're going to stay here a little bit longer. What's up, guys? Nice to here. Joined with me is Fasha Bunny. We just came for the broadcast. We're here in the Boulevard City. It's actually amazing. It's huge.
Yeah, it's crazy that I've been here for 4 days and I haven't even had the chance to walk around and explore the new section, the development of the Boulevard City itself.
You know, our producers.
Huh.
We've been working so hard. They want to surprise us ourselves. We're casters. We love to hype things up. So why not go to the House of Hype? I
To
think
get
that's
hype?
perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect
I mean,
for
like,
us.
we're always hyping people. Why don't we get hype instead?
Let's get hyped.
Let's explore the House of Hype.
Oh, wow. What is this? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is so trippy.
That's my favorite. Hold on. Let's go this way. Fasha.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Oh,
it's
that's a
kind of-
knockout. Nya, 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 nya,
Wait, it's
nya,
kind of
nya.
3D.
Oh, my God. Oh, this is so cool. No wonder they call it the House of Hype. This is
Oh
so
my goodness.
cool.
Well, where do we start, Fasha?
Oh my God. NFT.
These are the NFTs. Didn't you know MLBB had an NFT thing as well?
I mean, I'm already surprised from the first room.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Oh, there's an echo.
My goodness. Oh. That was amazing. We had very little information here at the House of Hype what to expect, but it was crazy.
It was crazy. It was definitely the name of the hype has been built up to its name. But then again, you guys have to actually witness this by yourself. So this is the most wanted place to go to here at the Boulevard.
100%. If you guys are here, come check out the House of Hype. It's simply amazing. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I don't think Fasha Bunny does either. So come out, check it out. And until then, we'll see you guys soon.
This isn't just a grand finals, this is a coronation as the Queens of Indonesia, long held as the greatest MLBB women's esports team of all time, will face off against the Dreamers from North America, the Queens of a region often overlooked, now one step away from defying the odds and destiny itself. Gaming Gladiators, I can't believe it, but we're finally here, just mere moments away from the grand finals of MWI at EWC. How did we even get here in the playoff journey, Eterna?
Oh, okay. We're invited here already. Okay. So yes, it's been a wild ride. A lot of things that we expected, a lot of things that we really didn't expect. One of which was, quite expected, was the really clean journey from Team Vitality, even from the group stages up until the grand finals. But for GG, it has been a different kind of road.
Sometimes, or some of the moments, they were actually called the Titan Slayers, the Navi Slayers even. But we just saw the match between Terra Queens and Team Liquid for our third place. So Terra Queens actually won against a team from a PH that is Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's definitely a brand new era for women's MLBB, but despite the changing of the times, one thing still stands true. Team Vitality are in the grand finals of MWI. Hello, my name is Ranmar. I will be the desk host for the grand finals. And of course, I have here with me Eterna. Yes, not Athena. Eterna. And Chantel. Still somehow getting that wrong. Okay, we've already talked about it. How are we feeling heading into this grand final? Excited, nervous. I'm sure you're like overly.
I wouldn't say so, because this is the exact feeling or the exact same position I was last year. I thought I was confident about Vitality winning it all, but then Smart Omega Empress from the Philippines came through, 3-0'd Vitality, and I just want to enjoy MLBB, I think, for today.
Yeah. I mean, for me, in all honesty, I just feel really hyped for today. A little electric because we saw some changes in terms of the draft from the previous match. Probably there will be changes also for this grand finals.
Yeah, it stands true. Every MLBB esports grand finals, especially major international events, always show up some incredibly unique picks in the grand finals, lots of surprises and lots of unexpected events happening. But one thing expected of the Esports World Cup is actually one of my favorite things to watch now, considering that the hydraulic machine that we use for crushing keys is incredibly strong. Snap. So in just a moment, you're actually going to be witnessing the key crushing that we've missed out from multiple times all throughout MWI. Actually, no. I think this is even better. We're going down memory lane for key crushing.
Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a wild ride. A lot of different emotions, I think, really were relayed on the faces of these women. Some were really happy about it. Some were, just like, it's another walk in the park. It's another day at work. I think particularly for Team Vitality when they do their key crushes.
And now that we get to see a majority of the keys being crushed, we also have to remember that after today, it will be a total of 15 keys crushed, because we will have only one team winning that title.
Yeah. 3 of those keys, if I'm not mistaken, will end up in the hands of the eventual champions, because they will be able to select the keys of their opponents. It doesn't have to be teams that they face, just teams from the tournament, and then show it off, bring it back home and say, these are the teams that fell before us, and it's us becoming champions. And of course, the overarching narrative for the Esports World Cup for these two teams here in MWI is that both Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality are in the running for earning club championship points. Team Liquid was denied earlier today by Terror Queens, but Gaming and Vitality, especially where they are in the standings, I believe second in the club.
Second is for Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's looking good for them.
Absolutely. They're very close to Team Falcons, who are at number 1 at the moment. I think the disparity of points is like, what, 250?
Yeah, I think it was
100.
250, because Team Falcons is currently sitting at 1,000 points, and then 750 for Team Vitality. So them, if they win this game, then it would mean a lot for the club championship.
That would put them at number 1.
Yeah, put them at number 1, and most importantly, one of the prerequisites for becoming Club World Champions is to be a champion in at least one game title at the Esports World Cup. If Vitality wins here today, they are gonna be in the front running for becoming eventual Club World Cup champions. Now, of course, as we're still going through the journeys here, you're seeing Terror Queens, who beat Team Liquid just earlier today, crush their keys, and that was a incredibly surprising result. I know you were in the panel already earlier, so how did it feel at that moment? Since you're here, you had to work, you're Filipina, it hurts, I got to cry, I'm good. How are you?
Speaking of I cried a lot during that Ramisi video clip, but going back to that game, it was a little emotional, because again, we were the defending champions of the league, and having to see a team lose against a different team, of course, can get a little emotional, but but it's part of the tournament. Sometimes you will win, sometimes you will lose, and looking at the faces of the players from TLPH, I think there's this feeling that they're still proud. I mean, they are proud because it's their first time to play in an international tournament.
And now you're seeing here Ashley, the captain of Gaming Gladiators, of course, leading the charge for key crushing as well. I believe this was from 2 days ago or just yesterday. No, yeah, 2 days ago, I believe, in the very first day of knockouts / group stage. So yeah, keys don't just get they are absolutely crushed this time around.
Yeah, crushed into two pieces. I mean, this is a representation of the dreams of these ladies before going into MWI. So having able to see your key being crushed in front of you, that's something.
Gaming Gladiators defeated Terror Queens. Those two respective teams, their keys were crushed yesterday. Yet, of course, they still had that battle for third, but that means they can no longer be champions for this MWI. It's so funny, I just want to say, before we move on from all the key crushing, it's so funny just to see the team.
So do this, like, sorry.
Yeah, they're either like apologizing, waving. In the case of some teams, sometimes still continuing the toss, but we love it here. And we love the energy that's being shown by the women of MLBB. But now we find ourselves at the cusp of another grand finals for M. Returned to the grand finals yet again while Gaming Gladiators, after finishing, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 7th to 8th. They were in contentionship for that championship trophy.
This will be the 4th time that Vitality will make it to the grand finals, 3 of which they won it all. And they're coming in with, I think, huge confidence, right? There were a lot of interviews that were made
a better understanding of the comparison, which I believe will be insanely skewed, considering that, as Eterna mentioned earlier, Vitality will game this MWI.
And I think for Gaming Gladiators, they actually played 14 games in total all throughout MWI. If I remember it correctly, there were moments wherein it's as if the other team doesn't really have much opportunity to roam around the map. And
turrets to win the
Yep, yep,
game.
yep. Yeah, that's true. And also, at the same time, we also have to mention that for highest total kills actually for this league, Vitality is sitting at 6th. So it means that they're not really into skirmishes, they're not really into team fights, despite those explosive plays. But they know when to focus on macro, even micro.
Yeah, but now we gotta talk about gaming. The best things or qualities about them in this MWI.
We can think for GG.
Yeah, it actually interconnects because in terms of total assists, they are currently number 2 and next to
flown in to show their support. Okay, one last question. If you guys were to win MWI this year, you guys will have the honor of picking 3 keys from the opponents you guys have went up against. Who are the 3 keys that you want?
For the 3 keys, I think it will be Vitality, Navi PH, and also Terror Queens.
And there you guys have it from the one and only Aria. Thank you so much and good luck for your grand finale match. And with that, let us turn back to the panel.
All right, so that was Arya from Gaming Gladiators. And yes, you heard that right. Her entire family flew all the way out here to Riyadh to the Esports World Cup to support her and to potentially even see her become a women's world champion. Chantel, you were here, or you've heard the stories then with MWI. How does it feel, especially since considering that for Omega Empress last year, they've been very vocal about how it sort of felt like home ground because there were a lot of Filipinos on board. So how does it mean, with all the experience you've had talking to players, that their family is here?
In all honesty, I'm really proud to get to see families supporting, friends flying out of their respective countries just to give their support. Because again, being a woman in an esports title or an event like this is really hard because not everyone is really open with the idea of having female pro players. And yeah, that's about it. I'm just proud and happy to be here because it has been a long battle cry that diversion and inclusivity rather in terms of the competitive scene.
But now it's time for us to talk with someone from Team Vitality that we have not often heard from this MWI, but someone who has had an amazing and tremendous impact on the team. It's Coach Casius.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose bringing you all the live action for the last day of MWI. And with me here, we have Coach Casius from Team Vitality. Hello, Coach. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, now, Coach, we know that you guys have been a title contender this year, and everybody expected Team Vitality to go to the Grand Final. Gladiators, they're considered. What do you think about them?
Actually, I thought the game-in was like position 3 or 4, even in the group. And unexpected for the playoff, and then they are here right now in the grand finals. So,
do you think they're good?
Yeah, they are good
Yeah. So I think, if we go to Game 7 earlier, y'all know who blame, or at least thank. I shouldn't tell for again. Now, going from out of the our MLBB game is our All-Star 2025 Dino Planet. The battlefield in game has changed. Their of that, you can also
The fastest way to do it.
Yeah. So check out the event in the in-game client of Mobile Legends. Bang bang, but now we got
pretty obvious that in the beginning we were struggling a little bit to climb out of groups, and then after we made it out of groups, after we beat both Navis in the same day, we were kind of just thinking, oh, like we're actually pretty good.
Here's a second kill for Panda! A triple for Panda. Rose Gold Media bought in time, dodging away from the sun as Aria walks back up to provide the front line. Panda's a maniac.
Like, I know we were the first North American team to ever make it this far, but to even think a non-Asian team is a huge achievement. I knew we were capable of getting here, and I'm very proud of my team. It's the fact that we all have the same goal in mind, and now you guys have to worry about North America.
We are about to see Gaming Gladiators and their opponents, Team Vitality, walk up to the stage. But yet again, we are in the middle of the Esports World Cup for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's not only MWI, it's also MSC. I almost said MWC, but MSC. So we have MWI at EWC 25, and you can redeem this code in your in-game client. 2 champs, 1 game. Celebrate the final day with us. Tell your friends, tell everyone you know to watch MWI. The grand final starts in just a bit. And speaking of, finally we find ourselves in this oh so important moment for 2 teams. None of these women grew up as kids dreaming to become MLBB. Was brought them now to the door from a region often overlooked, now have a chance to be the queens of MLBB, and Team Vitality looking to get their crown back.
I think it's pretty obvious that in the beginning we were struggling a little bit. After we beat both Navis in the same day, we were kind of just thinking, oh, we're actually pretty good, and now we're beating Vitality.
Sejauh ini alhamdulillahnya semuanya bisa diatasi karena kita berpegang teguh pada prinsip utamanya menang. Jadi untuk membuat lawan meng-comeback kita itu sangat kecil karena kita disiplin dan tujuan kita.
I'm very proud of my team. I honestly did know we had the potential to get to this level and get this far. You can call it ego, but I knew we were capable of getting here.
Dan tapi untuk mental aku sangat pede dan sangat siap melawan tim manapun.
See you in your dreams, Vivian.
the grueling grind, they've guaranteed their greatness, clutching grand victories and gathering glorious triumph. Now, these galvanized giants are here to grasp the ultimate gold. They enter the grand finals, setting up a historic feat of being the first NA team of making it to the grand finals.
And their opponents, it is none other than the bees from the hive. It's Team Vitality! They stood at the top before, under pressure, under fire, under the brightest lights. But now they bring violence, they bring volume, and they thrive under vicious pressure. They've been tested and tried, but now they are ready to take it all. V is for valor, V is for victory, V is for vitality!
And now, I would like to invite each team's captains to meet me right here at the center. From Gaming Gladiators, Ashley, and from Team Vitality. And now, I would like to ask, and of course, stakes are high as ever. On one hand, we have Gaming Gladiators looking to prove their worth, putting NA over on the map. And on one side, Team Vitality is going to fight tooth and nail to reclaim their former glory. Do you have anything you would like to say to your opponents?
Good luck, guys. Let's give it our all, and we'll find out who the real mother of tanks is today.
Any response to Gaming Gladiators?
Let's see how the game goes.
And there we have it from our two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let the grand finals begin. All troops deployed.
Our contenders have taken up the stage. Let's start things off with Team Vitality. Overall tournament favorite so far, undefeated still.
Undefeated still, and they have gone undefeated in many of their past tournaments here at MWI. 2022, they only dropped one single game. 2023 was 100% game rate, and they're looking to replicate that same success this year.
And of course, their opponents from North America, it's Gaming Gladiators.
You know, for Gaming Gladiators, I really like the attitude here for Ashley, just leading the team. I mean, she is called the mother of gaming. So with the leadership that they had, or that she has, I think they can against the mother of all tanks.
Of course, we didn't get the face-off between Ashley and Vivian that we were looking for, but of course, Team Vitality represented by their team captain, Chinny. And I feel like what we saw from Chinny, the energy she exuded was, it felt like watching Ashley, this is our first grand finals in a major international stage, we're giving it our all. We got to show for Vitality.
As an option, or they could go for a little bit more lockdown, right? Obviously, this Hayabusa is going to be a problem. We've seen when Nicolette gets her Lancelot taken away from her, she usually picks up the Hayabusa, and she's very comfortable on it, still a 75% win rate, but they go for something different. They go for the Moskov here, not the Iritel, and the Moskov has been quite a safe pick in the gold lane against assassins, right?
Yeah.
The toss-up is in the early game. Obviously, you need a little bit more time to get to your power spike. But considering how the women have been playing these late-game heroes, very early rotations, that scaling should happen earlier than later.
And also, I think there's also a respect for Team Vitality because they know that for Gaming Gladiators, they have this tendency to actually stretch the game. So at some point, this Moskov will be their breather just in case Gaming Gladiators will go full in on a longer team fight. So with the Farsa ban, it's actually nice since you have two marksman heroes on your lineup, both the Kimi and the Moskov. So I think for this one, Zetian is still a good option, but for Gaming Gladiators, they limit again the hero pool for the Mother of Tanks with
Vivian.
Akai ban.
Yeah. Take out the Akai, and we're heading into a second phase where we still don't see the roam in mid for Gaming and the roam and EXP for Team Vitality, where it's like they're saving some of their main and absolute best win conditions for last. We've spent all MWI long talking up Sayori and Ashley's combination together and how well they pair up and link up. While for Team Vitality, yes, you have Vivian leading the charge, but in an island of her own, Fumi Echo, if she can just do things on her own, so many times you said it in MWI, if you can just leave her alone and just wait for Fumi to join you at the right time, that's the way Team Vitality likes to play. So they are going to the second phase wanting an advantage in their main win conditions.
Yeah, that's true. That's why there's also a Jushin ban for Team Vitality. Now I was thinking for Gaming Gladiators, don't have the Arlot. Akai has been banned. So they might want to force a different hero. I'm not sure if they are to ban Kalea on this match or for this draft because it is actually a good option for Team Vitality also.
I think this might be a more dangerous game for GG in this particular situation, right? Vivian has been around for quite some time. She's called the Mother of Tanks for a reason. She has a lot of heroes that she can utilize. Meanwhile, for Ashley, obviously she did surprise us with her Minotaur pick. I'm not really sure if that's the best fit in the composition that they have right now, and considering the enemy composition, so it feels like her heroes might be a little bit limited here. Matilda banned out. Hylos is still an option.
With a lot of shields potentially given out by the hero that I'm thinking of in mind, with the Esmeralda banned out and all of that range, what if Gaiman might pull out a Lolita for Roam?
Oh, right.
It's possible.
The direct
It's possible.
answer against the Akimi.
We can go Lolita Valentina considering
Yes,
this is an Edith.
I was about to say, you can pick out the Valentina here to counter the Edith.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It counters out three heroes actually from Team Vitality. So Gaming Gladiators, Lolita and Burst Hero. Actually, they can even go Lilia if they want to.
Here's the thing.
Lolita Lilia.
If they do go Lolita, it's good against the Kimi. But how do they lock down everyone else? Because everyone from the side of Vitality right now have dashes in their kit. We have the Lancelot, we have the Moskov, even the Edith has a dash.
And they're known for crowd controls.
All right, we won't get the Lolita we were looking for, but we're going to be getting a Grok from Ashley. Interesting pick. So they want to be able to apply the map pressure, and considering what they have on the board, a momentary wild charge might just buy them enough time while they go for Wu Zetian in the mid lane. Oh, I think I'm echoing now what you're feeling, that looking at it, the Team Vitality draft just looks a little bit more dangerous.
A little cleaner, right?
Yeah.
The Grok is a debut pick in for Ashley here at MWI. We haven't really seen her perform on it just yet. Hopefully, maybe that's the X factor that is needed here. And obviously with the Zetian in the mid lane, they do want to, like Renmar mentioned earlier, want to have mid prio, right? That's why they have the Grok in. It clears a lot quicker. It will help the Zetian because they're in a lane against the Kimi. Oh, but speaking of clear and speaking of signature picks, that's a signature pick for the mother of tanks that we haven't seen in quite some time.
And it's actually to negate the potential threat from a Hayabusa just in case it types in at the back, right?
This is gonna be an interesting game number 1. Give it your all for Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. Once again, welcome to the Grand Finals. Bring it on, Naisu, let's go.
The drafts are set, and this is indeed their first step. One step closer to becoming limitless for both of these teams. Welcome to the Grand Finals, game number 1 between Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. Man, in as early as game number 1, I'm loving the surprises coming in for the drafts.
The surprises, Brigida, so far, you know, that Edith coming for a debut pick, of course, is going to be a big thing because it's been a while since we've seen it, and I got a glimpse of it too before we got this split screen. It was the Warcry emblem, of course. She's going to be a threat, you know, whenever she pops that Primal Wrath to be able to pump out some extra damage, but this is also the matchup that I can't wait to see, the jungle between Nicolette and, of course, Vivol. So this is going to be great.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already talking about matchups too. I feel like every single one needs to be mentioned, even the roamers. This is the second time I feel we'll be seeing a Grok here in MWI. The first has been a little unsuccessful, if you recall. It was Navi PH, and that was their final game. But now, up against the Troll, I feel like this is such a great advantage because you have that ability to just not care about all the crowd control. You know, you can just keep yourself immune and keep up in terms of the wave clear, which is why here in mid, it seems like they're action already.
Yeah, a little bit of action. No level 4s though, exactly. So there's going to be just some poking, but you saw that before that. We got a glimpse of the mid lane, the gold lane, the battle between, of course, Panda and Shell. She forced Panda back, so she had to go back to base. Here's a glimpse though, real quick, of the emblems.
Yep, I'm looking at the Edith here. It's been a while since we saw it, especially against the CC, but move on.
Nicolette's so close. She has the level 4 available. She's going to go and do the damage to Vivian. Gets the first blood. Looking for Vivol as well. One hit! And Ashley will pick up the kill. That's 2 for GG.
It felt like Nicolette just knew they would get the kill anyway.
Oh, Panda.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was so close.
That could have been a 3-0 start for Gaming Gladiators. If they got that kill all across the map, it would have been Gaming winning so far, and they also get control of the turtle pit. It seems like this might just be a no contest turtle. Even Fumi echoes by but I take it back.
Vivol gets the turtle anyway. They might still break out in a fight. The Primal Wrath is already going to be popped. Arya jumping on in, but she's 1v3. She might get caught out as she falls. So you need to pick up a kill. Spear Destruction is going to be thrown down, but won't connect. So for Team Vitality, they get the objective and a kill.
Okay. So the thing is, they didn't need to fight.
They didn't have to fight.
Gaming Gladiators at the moment. Even though Fumi Echo was low on HP, it didn't really matter. Gaming Gladiators, they did not pay that much attention. They didn't really decide to go for the kill onto Fumi Echo. They probably didn't feel that threatened at all, but Vivol was just nearby, so that quick switch to securing that turtle sort of equalizes the lead that could have been already significantly in Gaming Gladiators' hands right now. But it seems like the rotations are about to take place. I like how they're both keeping up with each other.
Yeah.
It seems like there's no team being too reactive so far.
It sort of relies on, this is the classic where like both roamers, we're gonna have that option to go ahead and start things up. Whether that's the wild charge or whether that's going to be the kick from Vivian. And as we heard the panel mention, like Eterna mentioned, this is a signature pick for Vivian here on the show.
You had to put extra emphasis.
Signature.
I mean, I don't think we've seen much of this Tro in this entire tournament as well. But given the amount of, I'd say, babysitting, not even, they're just really keeping an eye out on Panda to ensure that there won't be any successful attempts from Team Vitality, because Vivian, they're the ones who can just really do all these flicker way of the dragons onto their targets, onto those gold laners here for Gaming Gladiators. But so far, they've been keeping this very quiet so far. I was preparing myself for non-stop team fights, but that's not happening just yet.
I feel like that's been the story so far for MWI 2025 is like just these brawls breaking out, left and right. But so far, this has been a little bit of a slower start, but they still have a ton of games to play. So you have plenty of time to kind of adjust to the play style. And, we saw that breakdown earlier on from Gaming Gladiators where they mentioned, their first matchup in the first days of MWI, they weren't really happy with their performances. They weren't really feeling confident about it, their communication, but they figured it out after winning a couple games like Ashley mentioned. So it's definitely looking different, I would say, for GG. They are going to get control, though. For this turtle, Vivian might have to look for the angle herself here. But she's zoned out.
My Panda.
My Panda alone.
Panda's the one doing it. Oh, Echo, that doesn't connect.
Oh.
Wait up. Oh.
Nicolette goes back after the shadow kill, but we're going to force the fight anyway. Vivian quite low. She has to get out. That's going to be a flicker burned. Again, the SOD won't land. The turtle is secured, though. And Cindy now joining the fight. Going to force them back, trying to reinforce the team. Arya looking to jump in under the turret, too. She gets tossed in the air with the onward, and she will fall, but it's still going to be a trade. And Ashley quite low herself, and Cindy gets a double. Looking for the triple. Forces the flicker out, but she'll get it over the wall anyway. Cindy comes in clutch for Team Vitality.
That looked sideways for Team Vitality, but right as they were able to reposition, somehow place themselves under the turret and gain a little bit more of protection. They're able to turn things around, not just equalize, but actually gain the advantage up against Gaming Gladiators. And we're seeing the instant replay. There's something happening live as well. But Cine did so much in this entire fight. She made sure that the damage dealers who were sort of left alone got taken out, and they got the better trade in that fight.
Wow, and on the live screen, Nicolette died. I think it was Vivian that picked that kill up. So Panda will go down. She gets a turret. They're trading across the map right now. Team Vitality, though.
4-0-1 for City on this Kimmy, who we've been mentioning. They've been having such a slow start to this game, but this is going to be a problem for Gaming Gladiators if ever it does off by Nicolette.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I feel like Team Vitality, in as much as Gaming Gladiators have been doing a great job at protecting their key heroes, Team Vitality can do the same. The Edith in itself is a great way to just stop these attempts from Gaming Gladiators. Just one well-timed onward Earth Shatter combo, that could mean the end, or possibly an easy pickup for Nicolette even.
We saw that earlier when Arya tried to make that play under the turret. They're going to have to respect that Edith. But meanwhile, 1v1, Nicolette going for a shell. Might be able to get a solo kill for her, but Flicker burn. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to force Panda back. She's in trouble. Spear Destruction will land, but she's not going to follow through. She finally does to join the team. Ashley, though, will go in with Wild Charge on Shell. Shell's in trouble. They're going to be trading the gold laners 1-for-1 so far. Make it more. Mope. Fumi Echo jumps on in with a flicker. She goes in, pops the Primal Wrath, though. The sun is there on Arya. You're going to have to disengage. So much expended here. Meanwhile, Vival still up, trying to take the purple buff. And that she will. All in time for the Lord.
For one trade, by the way, between Panda 1 as well as Chell. So the gold laners went down, but that was such a well-timed wall placement here by Ashley. If it weren't for that, I don't think it was a huge miscalculation from Chell even. She just went in with the SOD when she knew that the other members of Gaming Gladiators were already trying to walk away, and she was trying to join in her, or regroup with her teammates in that disengage, but that wall just stopped her from doing so. So now we're looking at the in-game equipment so far. The lead isn't that different. I'd say the most...
It's very close.
It's in the hands of Cine. Like, that's the most we're seeing in terms of difference. And that's a 5-0-1 with the Sky Piercer.
still very close. This fight for this Lord is going to be not anyone's sure win, but they're going to initiate the fight anyway. Nicolette on the backside. She will find Cinny. So she shuts down Cinny. Still GG all alive. Vivian has to flicker out. Under the turret she goes. Vival to follow, and GG. This is a clear sign to start up the Lord. Can Team Vitality do anything to stop him? I don't think so, but the push down bot from Shell. She'll go for the base turret. Vivian trying to be a distraction. Shell, somebody has to deal with Shell, the minion. She's with them. Meanwhile, the base is going to be worked on. She's working on the base, and Arya's there. They have to clear out the minion, but she'll take it in her own hands, and they take game one for Team Vitality.
No one would have expected that game to end in that moment. I was so certain that things would still happen after the Lord fight. They would have been able to somehow defend, but there was a different call for Gaimin. I feel like they had their attention split all over the place. You had to worry about the potential Lord steal from Vivian, which happened, and the split push. There's so much that took place. We need to hear what our panelists have to say.
And the experience of Team Vitality shines through just when we thought Gaming Gladiators have found the turnaround to maintain momentum for potentially the next 3 to 5 breakdown of miscommunication.
This was a glaring thing that we saw from GG a couple of times in yesterday and the day before that. I forgot which match it was in particular, but that was one of the main things that I wanted to highlight about GG. Housekeeping. When they go for these neutral objective takes, they need to make sure that the lanes are cleared and that they're pushing in favor of them, because mistakes like this do happen. But yesterday, nobody was able to capitalize over it, but a team like Team Vitality will look for these openings and these windows, and they will take advantage of it.
Now it makes perfect sense as to why they got the Moscow for Team Vitality, because again, for GG, they're known to be heavy on team fights. So just by looking at it, they knew that Shell could potentially actions of Team Vitality. They stayed on that area, and even forced longer team fights for Gaming Gladiators, hence that space for the split push. And I think there was a bit of a miscommunication, because it was kind of delayed from GG was to defend the base.
Yeah, and with that game ending at 9 minutes and 36 seconds, I believe that re-breaks the records set again by Navi.
Or they're both at...
I think they're both at 9:36.
All right, so just a second shy of achieving their goal of breaking the record set by Navi PH. But yeah, it looked like they're at the end. The members of Gaming Gladiator seems to have overheated a bit, because they're...
I think the damage output that the Moskov can have in terms of siege, in terms of the wave clear, in terms of, shutting down the turrets as well. So all in all, I do feel, as a general thing to look at, GG did really well, right? They understood their winning conditions. They were able to get a lead onto Panda. I think Nicolette was really groundbreaking, because she was able to shut down Cine after she was able to get that triple kill that was traded in for the turtle take that Nicolette also got the retribution for. It's just these small mistakes, and I don't think that GG will make the same mistake again in game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. And to add actually on the aggression of Team Vitality, or the way they played the game, I think for Cine here, she had the edge over Sayori, because of they both had the mystery shop or the magic shop on their emblems, but at the same time she had this 1 point something lead as compared to the Setyan. So it means at least one item. She has one more item against Sayori here, hence more damage against Gaming Gladiators. And I gotta say, it shows in this damage dealt as compared to the other players of Gaming, and somehow for Team Vitality, because of that continuous pressure from the mid laners and even crowd controls from Vivian and the rest, there was a lot of space for Shell to actually just be on the lane, just stay on the lane, break those turrets, and it all goes back to them prioritizing the macro aspect of the game.
Yeah.
And there was something that when we were watching the games of Team Vitality together last night, that it seems like Vitality will always find a way to play the game and have a lineup that's strong as a 4-man team fight, while at least one member is just handling the rest of the map. And with having an Edith, even the Kimmy in the mid lane, which is sort of like having a gold laner with you at all times, they were just free to push with that Moskov.
That helped balance things out, because if we're looking at the side lane control, it didn't feel like Shell was winning. I mean, technically she was on a Moskov. There were moments where it was like a 50-50 trade, but all in all, it felt like Panda on the Granger, with the initial damage that the Granger can offer in his kit, won the lane, quote unquote. And even in the EXP lane, we saw that Fumi was a little bit struggling on the Edith against the CC. So they were counting on the fact that they had the mid lane control, and that's how they stayed put, because the side lane control definitely wasn't in their favor.
So let's see if Gaming Gladiators will be able to correct a little bit of their macro decision-making calls. I think, solidify though, they are damn good at fighting.
Yes.
They know what they're doing in terms of the team fights, the push and pull. They fell down to Cine, but then they were able to find a way to come back. Here's another bit of shocking news for you from the STC Arena. Faker and T1 has just been eliminated. They lost their game. They were swept 2-0. They lost to AG, and they are eliminated from their run of the tournament here in the Esports World Cup. So T1 will have their eyes set at getting points through other titles, because they've already lost their main chance here. Again, falling to AG, AL. They defeat the best team in the world so far.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, a lot can happen at the Esports World Cup. This is a celebration of dominating players all over the world. Yeah. And I'm just looking forward on what's next.
Obviously, yeah, for sure. Because we got a little bit of an upset here as well, right? Our defending champions were eliminated.
Yeah.
Now VPH very early here in the knockouts was also taken out. So I think that's the entire theme of EWC. It's not just who usually is able to win it, but the new stories that are built. And I think that was the whole premise of having EWC to begin with.
Yeah, because of, again, their elimination, they're going to be crowning new champions over there at the STC Arena, and then we'll be crowning new champions here as well today at SNB. So let's take a look closer at the head-to-head from that previous matchup, considering with all of the things that we got to see. Again, we have to go back to the mid lane here. The difference between the Zetian and the Kimmy. The fact that one is more utility and one is more carry in the hands of the captain of Team Vitality.
Yeah, that's true. And we could see that for Gaming Gladiators, definitely average kill participation for Sarah is going to be 100% because she is the center of the team fight. Now for Cine side, I kind of feel like that it was very effective for them since it's more on the DPS. You have a tank on Gaming Gladiators side that can, yes, sustain all the damage, but at the same time, the continuous damage isn't really that sustainable for a Grok. If ever, it is on a longer moment in a skirmish. So it all boils down also on how they play, because if we look at the overall statistics, not just for this match, most of the time Sayori isn't really fast in terms of having those golds. I mean, she's currently at 12 as compared to Cine that is at level, who is higher than her. So there's a 200 difference most of the time in terms of the average. So having high DPS hero for Cine is really great for Team Vitality versus a hero for Sayori that is more on AoE.
That makes sense. In an era where magic defense items aren't as great, having a mid laner that deals damage will give you a lot more leeway to hold control over the early game, and I think that's what we saw. And luckily enough for Cine, her on the and we've out of these team fights a lot, the DPS was there, and that final push that she was able to get that final triple kill on as well, flickered in very aggressively. It also reflects how aggressive Cine can be as a mid laner.
So now it really looks like Gaming Gladiators have another problem they have to sort out, the Kimmy in the mid lane, that option. Because it seems like with getting the Kimmy, yes, you sort of don't have to face off against the total map control pressure that, say, like a pick like Farsa brings to the table. But then now you have to worry about Team Vitality readjusting their strategy, where instead of playing to support the side lanes, most importantly Shell, they left Shell to her own devices, told Fumi Echo, all right, Fumi, you're gonna have to join us as a tank. I know this isn't usually our comfort, but don't worry, we have the Kimmy in the mid lane. And Fumi's probably like, okay, coach, sure, why not? And then they were able to get the win. So we've talked about a lot of players here, but of course the highlights heading into this series is of course the matchup between the mother of gaming versus the mother of tanks, Ashley versus Vivian, where in game number 1, where we saw the Grok in the hands of Ashley, a debut pickup for her, but then Vivian suddenly showed up and surprised with a Cho pickup, able to get her signature.
I really like the difference in terms of the statistics for both players, because if you look at the number of games played, definitely Ashley has a lot more compared to Vivian's, but the KDA is very near. So it means that for Ashley, they are really teamfight centric as a team, while as for Vivian's side or for Team Vitality, I mean, the side lanes are being covered, but at the same time, they put pressure on the junglers, like their mid-tier is there. So whenever there is an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to initiate, then you have the answer for Team Vitality. Okay, let's not go for a team fight. Let's focus on the side lanes, and it just kept happening on that game number 1.
That, and also the fact that I feel like GG rely more heavily onto Ashley to make these really big plays. That's why in the percent KP we saw that Ashley was around like 70%, 77%, and it was a lot higher compared to Vivian, the mother of tanks, who was at 66%, because her role isn't just necessarily to look for opportunities, but she is also the information giver, and she does a lot to zone out the enemy away. And that role of setting things up can also be given over to Fumi Echo, depending on how the drafts begin.
Speaking of draft, for the second game has begun. Gatakaja still getting prio banned here by Team Vitality. Now, considering that they're on the blue side, they also ban out the 1-1. Interesting. Have we seen Panda play 1-1 this MWI?
No.
No, not yet, right? It's usually mostly Granger, Irithel, if I'm not mistaken.
Panda, Irithel, Granger, Bruno, Carry. Irithel, Bruno, 0% win rate. Granger, 75% win rate.
Yeah. Oh.
Carry, 100% win rate.
All right, so the Vitality, it seems like a preemptive ban. Maybe they know something that we don't, or just trying to play it for safety. Or they're trying to tell Gaming Gladiators, we're going to be playing a slower front-to-back kind of play style that might see maybe I don't know, a tank fighter in the jungle?
Yeah, probably because Baxter was opened game number 1. So yeah, that's a safer route, I think, just to be sure, because we are expecting probably longer team fights for both teams. So Yopon has been banned. Uranus is the answer for Gaming Gladiators. I'm just not sure if they are to ban like the Satyan on this game, but so far for Gaming, I think they should be wary of the Kimmy. I think it's about time to ban out the Kimmy, because even from yesterday's performance for Team Vitality on the Kimmy, they are a different type of breed. So just imagine, it was Gaming Gladiators winning the team fight at top lane, and then you have the Kimmy just dealing damage. So Batang has been banned here for Team Vitality, and I think they have been banning this hero consistently, even though they are the ones who are actually using this just to limit the potential of having heroes more for Ashley.
Okay, so in first game, we saw the Arlet banned out. We were talking about the Kimmy earlier on. I think one of the main concerns for Vitality here for game number 2 is honestly the Hayabusa, because that could have gone really bad for Vitality had not Shell been able to do that split push onto the far side of the map. So they consider that push also to be a threat. So GG instantly eliminate the Moskov. And now Vitality are torn in a position where, hey, Nicolette does crazy things when she gets her assassins. The problem is, it's not limited to only one hero. We're considering the Lancelot here. We're considering the Hayabusa here. Do they really want to let go of these heroes and give it over to GG?
Let's see what the answer of Vitality will be to that question. with the Moscow ban out for Game and Gladiators, so the Badang banned out as well. I know it's not really like the best pick anymore. You no longer have to rush or really respect it. I wonder if there's room for Fanny at some point. Like maybe it might end up in the hands of Vival even, because considering what we're seeing in the bans, it might show up, not get rushed. Maybe if ever
surprise pick.
Yeah,
Probably
surprise pick.
last pick because a lot of games or actually all games it was opened, and if they get the Akai early, then they can go Fanny on the last pick just for this idea that it's still a flex for the Akai, right? You can go EX lane and you have a good support instead of thinking whether or not the Fanny will have a best game.
And this time around, the Moscow's banned out. So that's also another quote-unquote counter taken away. It opens up the opportunity. But backstage, a lot of discussions around this Fanny, why it isn't as popular. And a lot of times we don't see it banned out is because I think we mentioned it a couple days prior to this, right? The Fanny isn't as strong anymore. The amount of energy usage that is required to utilize the steel cables got a lot bigger. So even with the purple buff in the hands of Fanny, she's not as a threat because she can't roam around as quick as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot more heroes and lineups that are built for invading jungles. It seems like the risk that would used to go alongside the reward that goes with Fanny has just been elevated. Like, it's way riskier now, while the reward that you get is honestly pretty mid.
Yeah, that's true. And now that we are the ones to actually neglect the idea or negate the idea of having a Fanny. I was thinking if for Team Vitality, if they want to get the CC, because so far CZ is great for gaming gladiators, and then they take the Katot after the next two picks of GG. Because normally, right, for gaming gladiators, they get CC and they also have the Gatot on their side. So if they're not to take the CC, then they give out the hero that has given gaming gladiators a lot of wins.
Man, look at Arya. She's locked in. Super locked in. Oh, that's Midnight saying hello to the fans. I think there's a lot of gaming gladiators fans in the building here. And you can hear them in the crowd. Amazing support shown through. And a little bit of a fun fact here for Arya, because technically it was Vitality that knocked her out of MWI in 2022 when she was under Kara.
Interesting. So, hence to show that she's really excited for this game. And speaking of Arya, I really like that she's very confident during that interview with Rose. Doesn't seem like she's playing grand finals with the way she answered.
Thank you so much to the crowd over there at the arena and everyone watching at home for your patience. We will be seeing the draft once again in just a minute. We just had to sort some things out here, of course, making sure that our women and our athletes have the best play possible for them. Thank you so much. So we've returned to the draft. Vitality does not ban the CC, but they do ban the pick up the R-Lot, and that means they'll end up with one of the best picks again for Vivian in her hands.
Now this keeps the question if for gaming gladiators, are they gonna change the usual heroes that they get? Because normally on this situation, it's either they get the Lancelot as early as possible, or even the CC and even Gatot. It could be Lancelot and Gatot, or Lancelot CC.
Gatot's banned.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't see that, but it's gonna be Lancelot and CC. The usual pattern for gaming gladiators.
Okay, so they get their comforts.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be the continued trend. It seems like gaming gladiators, especially with what we saw yesterday, they love those tempo breakers and team fights. They love playing around that, so CC will be a consistent pick for them. Well, for Vitality, honestly, I wouldn't mind it if they just end up going Kimmy again for Sydney.
It makes sense. You want that mid control. It's also important to note that the R-Lot is flexed, so it doesn't necessarily mean that will fall into the hands of Vivian until the Akai comes through, and then it's triple flex. So we don't know where the Akai is going to go. We don't know where the R-Lot is going to go. And obviously this will be putting, Coach Rexman as well as Coach Midnight in a position where, hey, what do we actually go for here? But a specialty on the carry here for Panda. And this carry was not practiced, by the way. Panda came in 3 weeks of boot camp in Malaysia without practicing the carry. So technically, when we saw her play it yesterday, that was her first time, and she's still sitting at 100%.
She played great on this carry, but I think with the Akai and Arlot, this carry is forced to use the Purify spell, because if not, it's gonna be hard, because we know that for Team Vitality, they have this tendency to actually gank potential threats as early as possible, but Claude ban for Coach Rexvin and Midnight. So I think the drafting for both comes a little too deep.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a little bit deep there for Team Vitality. While for Gaming Gladiators, it's still very much their tendencies that we're seeing right now. The link gets taken away. I think Gaming are also just doing some housekeeping, making sure that, okay, if you are going to be picking up the Akai and possibly putting it in the jungle, that it's most likely we've expected it already, considering some of the best assassins are out of the board. You still have the Hayabusa sudden surprise flex available for Vitality. So yeah, it's so tough right now for Gaming, because that changes how you want to pick for your mid and your roam, because you don't know who you're going to be going up against in the roam pick and the opposing jungle. My head hurts just thinking about it.
But the general storyline from the bans that we're seeing from GG are eliminating heroes that have a lot to say about map control, right? Moskov eliminated, really good at far lane. Claude can also do the same. We've seen a lot of games where the Claude takes on the far lane during a Lord push and goes in for the exact same thing that Shell was able to do earlier on the Moskov. And Ling, technically the quote-unquote god of the far lane. So these heroes are eliminated. I think maybe they're still worried that housekeeping will be a problem coming to game number 2. And the Jushin ban from Vitality.
You know what? Looking at the bans and picks for Team Vitality, I think it's still okay for them to go Granger and Hayabusa with this hero composition. I mean, you have continuous great crowd control with Akai and even Only Dash on this Arlot, given the combo. But if they wanna speed things up, then Hayabusa and Granger would be a great option. But we could see Valentina, by the way, for Gaming Gladiators, just for the sake of using those Arcane Shadows in the Terrify. And we saw Sayori, how she played the Valentina the other day.
Yeah, and of course the age-old response to Akai. See Akai on the other side, you pick up a Valentina for a chance to get the heavy spin. Doesn't as much as it used to though anymore. But let's see if Gaming will be able to make some magic. Are they going to go for the assassin jungle for Vitality, or will they actually? Oh, okay, it's Hayabusa and Harith.
I was about to say, because with the Valentina in the hands of Sayori, naturally you would think that the Valentina blind pick is kind of weird. But we saw what Sayori was able to do, and considering there's a heavy spin on the other side of the team, then they need to go for a gold laner that can bring Purify. Granger is great in lane against the carry, but the problem is, will she be able to survive long enough in these team fights before a potential pick hits? So Harith is the choice. Your Hayabusa that you mentioned here comes through, and now we're looking at the final pick. And this should be for Ashley. Do they go for Minotaur?
Yeah,
or they can go Hylos also?
Hylos, I feel like it's a little bit too, I stand here, I poke, I make you go faster, I slow you. That's oh, they go for the Hylos? Maybe I'm just a bigger fan of the Minotaur, but I wish that we saw the Minotaur. But hey, they go for the Hylos instead. Quick thoughts. Turner, how do you feel about this? Because you've had some opinions about Hylos before.
Yeah, I understand, right? It's a point and click stun that can alleviate the pressure that the potential Hayabusa can have. But other than that, I do want to see a little bit more of the impact in the team fights.
All right, let's hear some impactful casting from Naisu and Brigida.
Thank you so much to our our panelists.
There you go.
Rather, there you go. It has been a very unexpected end to game number 1 in this series. Let's see how Gaming Gladiators regroup and find a way to even this out against Team Vitality. Heading into game number 2. It's been a very confident draft again, I'd say, from both sides. Still deciding to go for the early PC pick on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but again, for your Team Vitality, it's Vival this time holding the Hayabusa.
Yeah, they did a little swapperoo there in the jungle. That's fine, but you know, my biggest thing is, can they make that adjustment? Because the way they lost game 1 for GG is a test to see if you know, these ladies can go ahead and lock back in, focus on game 2. It's behind them now, and I'm sure they had that talk with their coaches and staff here once we had that chance. Now, going into this, I would say what they did in game 1, they had a lot of good moments. They had a lot of good decisions, but clearly one major one. And I think that's, like the panel mentioned, they banned specific heroes out because maybe they just don't want to deal with that side lane or off lane, off the map pressure that can happen with some of those heroes.
And Team Vitality respond to it by saying that they too are gonna fully equip themselves with these team fight heroes, with this team fight comp. By the moment they picked up the Harris, it felt like it was an immediate response to whatever Gaimin was trying to say, that they're gonna fight them head on in terms of team fight. And I like how Gaimin, in response to, decided to pick heroes which could make things a little uncomfortable for the Harris. Like, you have the Hylos, it wasn't the Minotaur, and you also have Sayori, who I believe, whichever ultimate she's gonna pick up is gonna be very crucial in this match.
I always feel like that's the hard part of when a Valentina is picked up, and this has been seen kind of statistically in competitions around, is the Valentina struggles a little bit. Now, she was at the top of the throne before, so I think it was warranted that, you know, she had some of the changes, but still, it's like you mentioned, Brigida, like, you got to be able to choose the right ultimates to take for the right situations, and yeah, the heavy spin would be great. You could also go and argue the final slash could be too, if she takes it from Fumieko. So those are the hard decisions that Sayori is going to have to make here throughout this game.
Yep. Whichever could disrupt, whichever could really split up Team Vitality, because I feel like for Gaimin, they don't necessarily have that hero who you could just assign to really look for the pickups onto the backside, but
Fumieko jumping in, they're going to fight back. Heavy spin used to, into the traction pulse though. Ashley going to be in trouble. She doesn't have the level 4. Panda goes down though. Meanwhile, still across the map, they're going for more. Vivian's quite low. Ashley can't hunt. Cine just playing around the wall, and now Vival joining the fight will swoop down and take the turtle. Team Vitality gets a whole lot that early on.
For the second time in this series.
Oh, she's gonna go for Arya. Arya! She's nowhere to run! Not even the tower is safe.
I mean, I feel like she wanted to do something other than steal away the turtle. Because for the second time around, if you would look at that instant replay, things looked like they were going so well for Gaimin Gladiators. But that counter traction pulse coming in from Cine, which had or forced them to stick to each other, and which allowed Cine to have a easier way to actually target them down. And of course, I think the most important of all is them buying time for Vival to catch up. So, wait, okay.
And it could be in trouble! Barely getting away, the rest of the team here. She's gonna have to get back, but you're seeing how much pressure is there. Traction pulse just to check that bush. So Panda will go back, but she's gonna be forced off that lane a little bit. So that's some extra gold going in the hands of Shell now. So GG, they've gotta kind of find where they're gonna go for a potential pickoff to try to find a trade. Maybe they can do that a little bit better now that they have, you know, Ashley's got the Glorious Pathway. They can fight a little bit because they've got a Revitalize there too. And you can see Sayori chooses to take that heavy spin. So they might be planning for a setup.
This is exactly when they can do that, because they have a way to engage, to set up a fight. Because Team Vitality, if you look at the lineups of both teams, Team Vitality is the one who clearly has a little more options when it comes to looking for those angles. Because for a Gaimin Gladiators, you do have the high loss, you have the Glorious Pathway, you can catch up to Team Vitality. But so long as you're aware that the heavy spin is still intact, the Zap hack, and that you are still there, such as the final slash 2, I believe it's very important. You might hesitate in terms of starting a fight. If ever they find the right angle, but Fumieko, will she replicate that attempt she did earlier?
I think so. I think she wants to use that final slash or that flicker beforehand to go ahead and set things up. The turret goes down up top, so they're going to be willing to trade an objective. Meanwhile, a full force of GG is going to start this turn. Turtle up the grill for a track. Can't escape again as she falls, and Sayori and Ashley. No choice, they're going to lose a lot more.
Happy mistake even that the Ogi Shadow kill to deal with Panda nonetheless. And every single member of Team Vitality did a spectacular job at allowing their damage to the other members of Gaming Gladiators in that fight. You see how they could have decided to just target Damon instead, but since they knew that everyone else had to just run away, had to play defensively, then there was just no holding back from Team Vitality anymore.
Taking a look at this instant replay, this is how it's all set up. You see Vival. He goes for Panda to put pressure, a glorious pathway, and a traction pulse, all landing so well. Time-wise, a turtle secured, and then it's a split up, row at that point for GG.
Yep. And we also forgot to mention that traction pulse again. Cindy, she's been making things so hard for Gaming Gladiators. At least if you look at their lineup, they wouldn't want to be put in a single area together. You want Arya to for the target in the backline. You want Sayori to not be so close to Ashley, because Ashley is definitely going to be the one receiving majority of the damage from Team Vitality, the one holding things out a bit more for Gaming Gladiators to be able to decide on whether or not they want to proceed with the fight, but that hasn't been the case so far. Gaming Gladiators, this is, I'd say, the reactive style of Gaming Gladiators we've been seeing so far. It isn't the way they've been playing majority of the past few games they had. And speaking of, they might just decide to...
They go in with a glorious pathway, but then they disengage, and now Nicolette jumping Aria as well. Next up is Vivian finds a lockdown with a heavy spin. Panda trying to run away. In and will take turret shot. So a trade there. Team Vitality wanted kill. Won't get it, but they still win the fight.
I mean, that wasn't a shutdown this time for City, but still, even that mistake felt like it was an okay thing for Team Vitality. Because even then, they're able to transition into getting this Lord they already
Team Vitality for that base.
It was a good angle. It was a good attempt, especially from Vivo, but I feel like they weren't able to really consider the waves and the amount of support that were alongside them. But hold on, Jel.
Jel, Salmon Force, she's gonna hit Nicolette a couple times, but she's in trouble. Panda picks up another. Gaming Gladiator slowly but surely getting gold in the right hands here of Panda. She needs this on that carry.
Okay, I feel like there's been a switch for Gaming Gladiators, and it all started when they went for that glorious pathway earlier. That wasn't as successful as it could have been, but from that point onwards, they've been playing it a bit more aggressively. Looking at that instant replay again, it was a beautiful attempt. The angle from which Vival came from could have really been a potential cleanup if only the other members, if only Chell and Cine were able to damage Gaming Gladiators a little bit more, but it seemed like since they weren't able to, it was more of a miscalculation on Team Vitality's end, and that wasn't the first time this happened. So it's gonna be tricky for Team Vitality if this happens again in the latter portions of the game, because Panda 1 unknowingly is starting to catch up in terms of damage.
Okay, this is where we see the test here too of managing the map. This major objective, the Lord, is up. It's going to be started by Team Vitality. Fumieko takes a couple shots. Could still going to be used. They final slash in. They're going to fight it anyway. Panda unleashing on the backside. Not able to find Vivian, but they will get the flicker down and Shell, the first to fall. Fumieko next. 2 down for Team Vitality. They want more. Nicolette jumps in. Vidal on the hunt, but she'll have to be forced back. So Gaming Gladiators just got control of this objective if they can go ahead and secure it. Panda and Nicolette will start it up. But Vival, she has the retribution. She's just around the corner. Is she gonna go for a steal? Arya jumps in, trying to cover them, but Nicolette will get the Lord, and Gaming Gladiators once again will turn the tide in their favor.
Okay, now I think this is where I'd say it was a great decision that Ashley prioritized physical defense.
Yeah.
Because at that moment, Team Vitality, Vival, for some reason, it seemed like they split up the damage and they tried to take out the frontliners first for Gaming Gladiators, which might have cost them this Lord we're seeing march down bottom lane. Because if you do pour in all of your resources towards the tankiest heroes and you're unsuccessful in doing that, then that just allows for Gaming to find a way to answer back.
Oh, Panda! Oh, Panda's gonna be in trouble. She goes down, gets picked off. That is not where you want to be, but the Lord is still up. Gaming Gladiators will go ahead and still try to play into what they can get, but after that, I don't think you can get much more off this. It's gonna be cleared out. Nicolette spotting things out. I'm not sure if the team wants to actually pursue any further, so they'll disengage. Again, earlier on, they had a 7,000 gold deficit. Gaming Gladiators have brought themselves back into this game. That Lord won't get them much. Vivian?
Wait, are they not allowing them to recall and defend the base? They somehow try to distract Gaming. There's the glorious pathway, though.
Where's pathway to jump down on defense? Vival forced back too. You can already see the firepower is online for Gaming Gladiators. It looks like they still want to go down mid. Nicolette joined the fight too. She jumps into the backside, looking for the target. They get final slash though. Vival trying to heal back up down, but Cine still unleashing, untouched in the mid lane as she picks up Ashley. And Ashley falls, and Arya gonna be next, and Cine is untouched, unbothered, triple kill. Huge win for Team Vitality.
Cine, the moment they weren't able to take out Cine, they thought they could go for the fight. There wasn't any heavy spin anymore. But they have to take note of the Sayori!
Sayori trying to get the minions to focus on her. Flickers forward, but that's going to be it. Team Vitality, it might have looked close, but Team Vitality will take game 2.
I'm pretty sure that could have been different. They knew that they could potentially start a fight. There were resources that were actually down for Team Vitality. One of the most crucial ones being the heavy spin. But that took them long enough to find the right timings, to find the right positions. And eventually, the Zaman Force cooldown made it. Cine was just free to do the free hits. We have to hear what our panelists have to say about game number 2.
Yet again, Team Vitality is able to trump what could have been a Gaming Gladiators comeback and take a 2-0 lead in this best of 7 grand finals. A little bit more dominating. I thought that this time around Gaming would not be able to find a turnaround, but they were able to punish some mistakes. Up until Vitality delivered an even bigger, deadlier, game-ending punishment in the final team fight.
Yeah, and we could see actually that early parts of the game, it is actually Team Vitality winning the team fight. But at some point, the mid-game, there was a nice setup play from Gaming Gladiators. And I gotta say, this Valentina pick actually made sense with those heavy spins from Sayori's IMU, but at the same time, I really have to commend Team Vitality's usage also, specifically for Vival on those shadow kills, because there were moments wherein, yes, Ashley was there to do some stunts, but at the same time, since she knows that idea, then she waits for the perfect timing and then comes in. But I kind of felt like for Chell and Panda's laning, if this game stretched into a more longer game, it would be a lot easier for Panda.
Technically, the Harith also has a little bit more to work with in the late game as well. I think at the final bouts, we finally saw her pick up the Holy Crystal, so that's where the burst damage was coming from. I guess Wind of Nature wouldn't be as efficient for Harith, because technically, the Kimmy does differences of damage that can penetrate through the Wind of Nature, so it does make sense. All in all, I don't think that this was a clean game for Team Vitality, despite them being able to get this win. A lot of moments where we saw overextensions. I think Vival made a few weird moments. Shell also on the Harith was overextending in a lot of these engages, which is very peculiar. I don't know if it's overhype or overconfidence that we're seeing, but Cine was the main anchor and the main pillar for Game 1 and Game number 2.
Definitely for Gaming Gladiators, if they are to give up the Kimmy for Cine, they really have to be prepared. Like, as much as possible, they need to stop her early game or as soon as possible, because I think there was a team fight wherein it was actually Gaming Gladiators winning in terms of numbers, in terms of position, but because you have Cine on the Kimmy, then it goes to show that for Team Vitality, they're just really confident whenever they have a hero at the middle lane that deals instant damage every team fight. So it revolves around having a hero like Kimmy. You just need the support and you need the backliner. But you have all in all for Gaming Gladiators, what's really nice is they were able to stretch the game, even though Arya didn't have a great time on the laning phase.
Yeah, essentially for 2 games now, Team Vitality has worked with a double carry setup. 1 carry in the gold lane, another carry in the mid lane. It alleviates the pressure from Shell that if ever the Harith falls too early. And in a lot of the fights, eventually in the latter portions of the game, it became like, instead of sure kill, it was a sure trade. It was Harith for something from Gaming Gladiators, but Cine was the problem because, again, a double carry setup means you can afford to lose one of your carries and expect the other to cover for it. While for Gaming Gladiators, I agree with you there, where as this stretches out, it'll be even harder for Team Vitality to fight against the carry of Panda. But almost all of the pressure of the damage dealing is on the shoulders of that carry.
Yeah. So it wasn't one-dimensional, is what we're seeing here from Team Vitality. So coming into game number 3, if they opt to go swap sides, maybe GG would consider picking up the Kimmy in the first phase of the drafts, or even consider banning it out if they get second pick. Because again, this Kimmy, you mentioned it from game number 1, it's a huge problem. Don't give it to Cine.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to ride on that idea for the rest of the series. Don't give the Kimmy to Cine anymore. Let's look at the head-to-head for this game number 2, but a little bit more focus on the matchup between Vival and Nicolette. A little bit tougher this time for the Lancelot with everything in consideration. Vival, she did have her moments of kind of questionable, but ultimately, I think she was able to really do the expected job of a Hayabusa in this game.
Yeah, that's true. And it shows in the statistics, jungle creeps, even on the distribution of gold. And it felt like majority of the gold, or if not, it didn't felt like for Gaming Gladiators, specifically for Nicolette, the only time that she was able to lessen the gap was from team fights. them being able to actually secure kills against Team Vitality. And because of that, for Vival, she actually controlled majority of the areas of the map. And because also of the setup here from Fumi, Echo, and even Vivian, there was a lot of space for her to wait. The perfect time for her to be inside or be part of the team fight.
She was, I think, in some stage of the mid game, 2 or 3 levels ahead of Nicolette. This is something that we haven't seen in quite some time. Nicolette, usually on her comfortable heroes like the Lancelot, like the Hayabusa, will either equal it out or even be ahead of the enemy jungle. So Nicolette is caught in a position where she's really behind. She can't contest for neutral objectives. Her jungle keeps getting invaded and she's uncomfortable for sure. And that's what Team Vitality does. They make you uncomfortable. Before the start of the day, when we were talking about these two teams, we were highlighting that Gaming Gladiators have really, really good team fights. Team Vitality, up until this point, have exemplified that they're really good at making team fights messy. So when things don't go according to the plan and the tempo that usually Ashley sets for the team, this is the results that we're seeing.
Yeah, and actually that's the beauty on how Team Vitality actually plays, because game number 1, the pressure was on Panda's lane. And then came game number 2, then they have the pressure on Nicolette. So it's a bit hard for Gaming Gladiators to actually point out as to where the pressure will come from. So we don't normally see Nicolette at 0-2 early game on a Lancelot.
Exactly.
So this is unfamiliar territory for Gaming Gladiators.
Let's see what else Gaming Gladiators will be able to do in their adjustments for the drafts and how they execute, so that they could make sure that they're not going to go into this 3-0, meaning 1 win away from Vitality taking the championship. And of course, we don't want to see sweeps here. Now, Eterna got to do this either yesterday or just a few days ago. I think it's my turn to do it. This is the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib hot take for the day. And it's going to be coming from yours truly, I think. And hey, it's hot takes, not lukewarm takes, not cold takes, it's hot takes. The loss of Gaimin from game 1 is affecting them more than they let on. Because there were some moments in that game number 2 where we were wondering, wait, nothing's gonna happen? It looks like all of you were setting up for something. Wait, why the sudden hesitation? It seems like how they lost in game 1, getting split pushed like that, and them overcommitting into a fight is affecting them more than I think we realize.
Oh, so it's mental now for this lady. So sometimes the pressure keeps getting on, it piles up, and then you want to do something, but the outcome doesn't go the way you want it to be.
So we're looking at Ashley then, right?
I'm looking at the entire Gaming Gladiators.
No,
I don't want to single out someone.
I mean, I saw it. She opened up the ult from Hylos. But they went back instead. There was hesitation there. I'm pretty sure there were a lot of other moments that's why you consider this hot take to be a thing. But Ashley's shot caller.
Yeah, that's...
So with how much confidence that she's shown on stage, claiming that she wants to be the mother of tanks, and now that she's down 2-0, it could be affecting her.
Again, all up in the air, and it will only be answered by the action brought in game. But Sandstorm actually got a chance to talk to one of my favorite people in Sir Action Slacks. Let's listen in on that.
What up, everybody? My name is Sandstorm. This is Slacks, and we are here at the Dota 2 arena, where I believe we have 2 grand finals for the Esports World Cup happening. But you know, I think our finals are more hype because, you know, we have GG, the first NA representative to ever make it to a grand finals in Mobile Legends history, and we have Team Vitality, who have won MWI twice, but they have never won it in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. They got to the finals last time, and they only got second. They were taken down in a sweep, which no one expected. So what's gonna happen now? Are they going to be able to take it, or is there going to be another sweep? I don't know.
That is actually much better than what's happening in Dota. I'm going to be real with you. That's a storyline. GG has a good team, and they're from NA. You bangers know what you're doing. We got Falcons, local team heroes. That's great. Big ups to Falcons. Then we got Tundra, whose interesting characteristics are existing. So I want to go watch Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I couldn't care less about my stage. Bang Bangers, I'm coming, baby. Get that Layla out. Bam, baby!
You know where it's at. It's happening at the SNB Esports Arena. Make sure you come over for the grand finals. We'll see you there.
Okay, is that official now, Sir Action Slacks? Are we just bang bangers now?
Are we called bang bangers?
Are we gonna write in? I'm gonna write in all that for the entirety of EWC.
We're bang bangers.
I'm a proud bang banger.
Bang bang. Because the game is a banger. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean,
Banging. It's banging.
don't retract it. It was good. You dropped a good line. Why do you have to suddenly?
You have to be confident.
Be confident. Don't hesitate.
It felt like
Don't
it
hesitate.
took you time to like digest what I just said. That's why
It's good.
Yeah, okay.
We value your feedback, Chantal.
Of course. And I value your feedback.
Yeah, so don't forget to scan our QR codes on your screen. We'd really love to learn more about your experience with the Esports World Cup so far. Please fill out the survey. So, of course, future iterations. And hey, EWC is a long event. So as the event goes on, we can continue to improve. And hopefully the improvements we can find as well from Gaming Gladiators across the board. And it's not like we're asking for like big game-changing improvement. It's just refinement at this point. Because again, going into this, Team Vitality are so experienced. They are incredibly refined.
Yeah.
While for Gaming Gladiators, it's like a tougher ask for them. Like you're in the middle of your grand finals and we're asking you to, hey, just like, refine this, refine that, refine this, refine that.
One of the major headlines coming into this particular matchup is the fact that Team Vitality have been together for 3 years. And they have been competing competitively for 3 years. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, have been together for 3 weeks.
And it was actually during a boot camp in Malaysia. So it feels like for Gaming Gladiators, since sometimes they have this tendency to overthink, then maybe they don't see the big picture in terms of the draft. Definitely, my question in mind, are they gonna give up the Kimi again? Yeah. I mean, Kimi has been a headache even for TLPH yesterday. Now even game number 1 and game number 2. But I'm not sure for GG. They've been very consistent on giving this out. But definitely the respect is there for Team Vitality as they ban out Uranus.
We're seeing the exact...
Gaitot.
Okay, exact same bans are coming through here. And interestingly enough, GG has opted to go for second pick again. So are they going for a Kimi ban instead of the Moscow ban in the third place of the bans in the first phase?
Actually, that I'm not sure. But I think in terms of we could focus actually on the assassin heroes. I think GG plays better with the Hayabusa, even though we've seen them play well with the Lancelot.
Yeah, we've seen some hella Nicolette highlights.
Yeah, but with the Hayabusa, I think they had this more potential actually to just have this somehow lessen the number of players before a team fight.
It's
like game number
1. Yeah, like more consistent impact from a Hayabusa is what we're getting from that. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to echo that statement. If ever it's possible for Gaming Gladiators to rush pick that Hayabusa, get it right away, maybe they should. Badang gets taken out by Team Vitality. Gaming, you know what? I'm really just going to have to go on the please just ban the Kimi. There we go.
Thank you, Gaming Gladiators. But now, since this has been the ban, Baksha's been open, but I don't think they really prioritize that much.
It seems like
on the hero.
Baksha doesn't exist anymore between these two teams. Like he's just gone.
Now for Team Vitality,
they could go Arlet again.
Yeah. There.
So for Gaming Gladiators, we've mentioned about the difference in terms of the jungle heroes, but I think they can also use Baksha on other lanes.
So Haya
Baksha.
I'm honestly thinking Haya Granger, but that's just me. I think out of all the picks possible right now for Gaming Gladiators, I know we were talking about the jungle and potentially swerving the Baksha. If ever and someone's gonna end up with Baksha in their hands, it might actually be more Ashley than Arya and more Ashley than Nicolette. I think they could just put that into the roam instead. But I think considering that there's an R-Lot on the other side of the board, it's already so difficult to play a Baksha if you're going to be playing it roam. Because Baksha, he can be annoying. He can get around the map really quickly. He can harass you with damage. But then it'll be so easy for an R-Lot, if ever that's going to go into the roam or anyone in the roam and mid, to just punish the Baksha right away. That might actually be more of a detriment to Gaimin with picking that up.
Yeah. Is Ashley okay?
Like generally?
Yeah. I think they're just waiting for the next hero.
She looks really tense. She looks really
As compared
tense.
to the previous
Yeah.
I'm not good with reading body language and all that, so I'm gonna leave that up to you two. I'm not so good with psychoanalysis.
Maybe she's just focusing, right?
Yeah,
she
maybe.
could just be focused too.
Yeah. Optimistic. Half glass full.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now
You
that
just need a little bit more optimism.
yeah, maybe she's just what should I do for the next game?
Yeah,
because
right,
we've mentioned about she's the center of
Yes.
the team.
Yes.
She's the shot caller, so
Yes.
she need to do a reset.
That's why I agree with what you picked up earlier on about the CC always being a constant pick here for GG. The problem is that I'm looking at is with the CC always a pick and the lack of hero pool coming in from Ashley, it really makes their gameplay one-dimensional. Like you know what to expect.
Yeah, okay. Well, for the side of Team Vitality, it seems like there's a lot more dimensions.
Exactly. Vival could be the one to open things up. Vivian can be the one to open things up. We've seen Fumi Echo take that role as well.
And to be fair, it has been just 20 heroes that they actually used before Grand Final. So for the side of Gaming Gladiators, they don't really have that much information as to what heroes they will use coming to this match.
I just realized though, for the head-to-head matchup, I mean, we're putting a lot of focus here onto Ashley and her hero pool, but her hero pool is massive compared to Vivian heading into this day. Vivian has just been so far Gatot Kacha, Badang, Arlot, Akai. Oh, wait, Arlot, bro?
Badang, Arlot, Akai, and Cho.
Okay, Badang, Arlot.
Yeah, we add the Cho, so
And
4
the Cho.
heroes in total.
So 4. While Ashley actually has a rich selection of roam heroes that she could go for with the Minotaur, Kalea, Matilda, Hylos, Gatot, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of options there. What if it's not the roam that we should be looking at, but it's actually the EXP? Because there's been also a lot of differences in the EXP lane for the series. Because suddenly Fumi Echo has an Edith game with her right now. Yeah?
But the big question is, has she done successfully on these unique heroes?
Are we fighting right now? Should we
It's
just
okay.
fight? Should we argue?
It's a heated discussion because it's a heated match. We need to talk about this. We need to figure out
Why
a
are
way
you
to
raising your
take Team
voice?
Vitality down.
Just right beside you guys. Yeah, to be fair, I think the only team also from this tournament that has the highest potential to use CC is only Gaming Gladiators.
Oh.
I mean, it's their top hero for EXP lane.
Yeah. But we've seen Fumi Echo pick up the CC before, right?
3 times.
3 times, yeah. All right. I know it's not the hot take segment right now, but I'll just drop in my hot take. What if Gaiman just starts prioritizing the Kai?
Actually, given that now that you've mentioned that, game number 2 was Arlot, and then next 2 picks they got the Akai
in the first
and then
phase.
we saw the Arlot just dashing all around them.
Arlot Akai is such a good combo right now.
So if they take the Arlot, then they take Hayabusa, then would it be a better trade for Gaming Gladiators?
What do you mean? Because Vitality already has the Arlot with them.
No. What I was saying, it is for a counter pick for GG, just for the sake of not having Arlot and Akai on Team Vitality.
Also, you think that next pick GG picks up the Akai?
There's a chance, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, just get Gaming Gladiators to pick up the Akai in the first 2 picks, so that even the Arlot would cause a lot of problems. I mean, the Arlot was already picked, right?
Yes.
As the first pick.
Yes.
So it's already
They were
there.
waiting for the 2 picks from GG.
GG.
So you can go Akai Hayabusa.
Yeah, Akai Hayabusa.
Yeah. You get the strong pick of the jungle right away. You get a very flexible panda that you can put in multiple positions.
Yeah, and for
now just 2 Roman XP.
So for Team Vitality, they can get Baksha. Or was Baksha banned?
No. I am on the boat now that we are not going to see Baksha for the entirety of the series.
I think it depends.
Uh-huh.
Because if they want to go for like a healer setup, maybe the Baxia can still be considered. But without that, I agree. I don't think we'll see Baxia again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So with the Baksha
Goodbye, wheel.
Yeah.
I really like that we're trying to complete the heroes now, even though we don't see anything.
Yeah. Of course, thank you all for your patience. We're just making sure everything's A-okay over there on the stage for our two teams. Again, if you are just joining us here today, this is the grand finals of MWI at EWC. Game number 3 already underway for the drafting portion. First 2 games were won by Team Vitality, but it wasn't all just completely a dominant performance. We've seen hints of possible resurgence and comeback multiple times from Gaming Gladiators, and that might actually end up reflecting in the series score if ever Gaming can translate that into a game win. And again, if ever they translate that into a game win, I feel like that's going to be massive momentum for them that they can use, considering that they can proudly proclaim that they are the only team so far in MWI 2025 to give Team Vitality a loss. Again, that's only if it happens.
Yeah, I think that will affect definitely Team Vitality, because Shell confidently stated that from the start they were actually aiming to become champions with a 100% game win rate, and now we get to see Akai and Hayabusa taken here by Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, as predicted by Renmar.
Well, I mean, she did bring up the Hayabusa, so
Both PH never mind.
Oh, okay, I see.
it's the PH connection. Let's go.
It's okay. ID will win the championship, but let's continue.
Oh, what if that ends up becoming an eternal curse?
Nah, it's fine.
I like how we just calmly said, nah, yeah, we're gonna be okay.
Okay.
Okay, Lancelot, Arlot, then the Moskov.
Farsa maybe?
Yeah, steal the Farsa. Well, it will be really tough for a Farsa though. This is a tough Farsa game.
Yeah.
You have the Lancelot, even Arlot.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm also in that same boat of like, okay, if they're not gonna pick it, just ban it.
Yeah.
You have to at least ban it.
Or if they open it, they get again the Valentina.
Yeah. Oh wait, Juice is open. Although it's very mobile, so yeah, okay, carry. They can ban the Farsa, but that might force out the Juicin ban from Vitality when Gaimin would want to pick up the Juicin for themselves. Considering that they already have a true damage dealer and a high physical damage burst on the Hayabusa, I think Gaimin would lean towards either the Juicin or the Zetian as their mid, because they don't need any more damage. They need a little bit more utility.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards actually on Zetian for Gaming Gladiators, because they had more games with it, just for the sake of comfortability. So the next ban for Gaming Gladiators could be Farsa, Jushin, any mid heroes that could either burst, but it's gonna be Kalea for them. Oh, okay, interesting. Kalea ban.
Yeah, I would consider the Farsa as one of the bans coming from GG, because they want to make sure that the carry does not get outranged. She is strong, but she has really low range, and burst heroes like the Farsa with the long range does become a problem for the carry in the later stage of the game, especially if they want to go for in these particular team fights. Kalea gets taken out. They are trying to pin out Vivian, I think, here. Technically against the Hayabusa, we have seen the Cho become an option, the Kufra become an option as well. These are heroes that we have seen Vivian play before, but it's not as meta. So that's another consideration. Ruby is something that we do see going against the Hayabusa, because I do think that the Hayabusa is going to be a problem. Game number 1 was clearly very difficult for Vitality to close, right? Without that split push coming in from the Moskov for Shell, I think they could have lost that first game. So we come into the second phase now for the bans for Team Vitality, and the Jushin does get banned, like you guys mentioned, considering we have seen a lot of Lancelot games that don't go as according to plan because of the range and the pickups coming in from the Jushin.
Yeah, I would agree. By the way, this is a very smart ban from Gaming Gladiators, the Karita, because we all know that it could actually use that skill to stop the heavy spin midway. So the typical ban could be Minotaur, still limiting heroes for Ashley. So I think they're just forcing this Akai to be just a pos 5 or tank here for GG, since again for GG here they want the heavy tank as much as possible, but I think it would be best for them to place this Akai on the EXP lane and have a hard tank against the Lancelot, and could probably hold Moskov in terms of team fight.
Yeah, so 100%, I think that guy does go into the EXP lane, considering that the times that they've shown it up, it was actually Arya who played it incredibly well, but it was paired up with a Badang usually, and so we might have to see a different combination for the Akai of Gaming Gladiators. As expected, Zetian is going to be the mid lane pick for Gaming. Now Vitality, still it would be tough for them to pick up the Farsa, but I wouldn't knock them for deciding to pick it up. It still plays to their strengths and what they do best.
What if they... I was thinking about Paramis though, but is it great for Team Vitality? I mean, just to counter the shadow kills and such, but they will lack first early game. Oh, Selena.
Yeah, I was about to say the Selena. The Farsa is too risky with this composition that GG has with the Hayabusa, with the Akai as well. Selena is a hero that we have seen Cine pick up 3 times, so it's one of her main heroes. And like we were talking about earlier on, right, the Cho comes through. They have a lot of ways to lock down, but it's very single target. So we might be looking at them trying to disengage from team fights and look for pickoffs instead. GG, on the other hand, they are the ones that want to go in for team fights, right? They have 2 layers of CC with a Tigreal implosion and now the heavy spin.
I'm feeling good about this lineup by Gaming Gladiators, although Team Vitality Selena is deadly. Let's see what will happen. Will it be a 3-0 lead for Vitality or the first score on the board for Gaming Gladiators? Let's go, Brigida and Naisu.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Indeed, match point is on the line here for Team Vitality, going up against Gaming Gladiators, who I believe I'd agree too. This feels like a much better draft, a much confident draft for them. And you definitely need to be confident in pulling this one off. It's a Tigreal and an Akai.
Can I just say, I think Gaming Gladiators has been so far the only team in MWI. I know it's 2-0 right now, but they have made Team Vitality uncomfortable in certain parts of the game, right? But the main thing is they need to get a win. That's what they have to do here, and maybe this lineup, this composition can allow them to do that. It's so funny too how we just see very similar junglers being swapped in and out, you know?
Yeah, it's just still going to be the Lancelot and the Hayabusa for this matchup, but I definitely agree. And we've had some time away from the Land of Dawn before heading back into game number 3, so hopefully, as mentioned by our panelists, Gaming Gladiators have also had enough time to talk about the things that need to be addressed, because in the first 2 games we've observed a lot of things, I feel, especially in terms of the macro, their decision making and whatnot, and those are going to heavily matter for this one because they are going for a very teamfight centric comp, and they can't mess up in terms of targeting, in terms of priority if it's about that, but that's a nice force on the player.
She's going to go for Shell. She gets the Purify. So both gold laners burning the battle spells. A Flicker and a Purify down for both of them. And good little rotation for both. I think Panda still want to be careful here. You know, last game it took her a little bit of time to really build up on this carry. And it might be the case if she's able to build up faster, and then maybe it puts them in a position to contest some of these objectives earlier or have a better opportunity to do that.
I'm liking the fast rotations and the early rotations coming in from Team Vitality. But we have to watch out for Gaming. This is a pull yourself together Tigreal that Ashley actually has. Also prioritizing the rapid boost. The setup might come soon, but okay, that was close. But just force out the Flicker, although Arya...
Oh, Arya, she's going to survive this. Oh, she pops the Flicker, but she's burning from Vimval again. Little Impure Rage there too. Still the pressure. Ashley on the run. And Nicolette's going to want to get her buff here, though. I'm not sure if she's going to pull the trigger on the Shadow Kill. She does, and she'll find Cine. Now looking for some more damage, but again, a trade, though. Gaming Gladiators will pick up 1.
And just as we mentioned, that you have to pay attention to the potential setups, Cine feels like the biggest problem now for Gaming Gladiators. Always able to keep an eye out on where Ashley could potentially come from, and Ashley was the one who could have set things up for Gaming earlier because Arya was forced to recall, and they probably had to wait a little longer before showing themselves up that early because they were clearly at a disadvantage.
The kick is true. Spear Destruction, Panda sees it. She's going to back off. But again, the initiation, again, a final slash thrown out from Fumieko. She's going to be collapsed down on a Shadow Kill is going to be popped out. Fumieko 1 hit away. She goes back with a vengeance. Finally going down to Arya. Turtle for the taking, and Vidval just around the corner, goes in, takes the turtle from under the nose. Is now Nicolette on the run. She can't escape Vivian. The fight's still breaking out as Arya takes a little bit of damage, still forced out, but can't run away as Arya falls as well. Team Vitality again finds the win.
How is Vidval still able to stay alive despite all that? Oh, wait, Vivian actually gets taken down. Cindy, she might just be in danger here, but is able to get out of the turret anyway. So she is able to keep herself safe. But going back, that was Vidval, who, by the way, already got pinned down by the heavy spin. There was Sayori, there was Ashley nearby, Arya too, doing a lot just to try take her down, but it still wasn't enough. This is the threat of Vidval on the Lancelot, who, by the way, in case you missed it, secured the first turtle away from Gaming Gladiators in game number 1 with the exact same way she did it here in game number 3.
They're looking for more here. Vivian out on the whim. She does have the Way of the Dragon, but no flicker available, so she's going to be spotted out by Sayori. I'm not sure if GG still wants to look to pick a fight before the turtle comes up. Still a little bit away here. So they'll go ahead and get in position, but they find themselves 2K under now against Team Vitality, and this is the thing. You don't want to replicate what's happened the past 2 games. You know, you wait too long to try to turn things around, especially with a carry on your side. That's not going to be where you want to be. So they'll go ahead and get their resets in. Turtle comes up in 20, and you'll see GG kind of get in a position. They have to play around this. Fumieko. Jump in. Fury the Phoenix is going to be used, but nothing after that.
That is some insane pressure onto Nicolette. They knew that Nicolette was all alone, but now Gaming Gladiators, will they still try to look for something? Oh no, just
they're gonna go. Fumieko goes in again, final slash to be able to find 2. Panda in trouble, tries to get out. Vivian not able to find the connection. A heavy spin, but Viva will jump in under the turret. She doesn't care. Makes work and finds Panda, and now the turtle is up.
You know how the Lancelot was just recently adjusted, which makes the dashes so much more easier. I never expected to see it be this smooth. Okay, so they go for it.
So gonna go for it. Takes a couple shots. Fumieko making her way to final slash with the flicker. And Nicolette had nowhere to go. Team Vitality is not letting up at all. The buff's gonna be worked on now too. They go in, swoop it in, and it's Cindy that gets the purple buff.
Just as you thought you were safe. Even Nicolette, I feel like she already thought she was safe during that moment, but the flicker final slash just to secure that kill was too much. The abyssal arrows as well, they're limiting so much from what Gaming Gladiators could do. They rely so much on positioning and looking for those setups, but they couldn't go in just yet, knowing that Team Vitality, there's a potential Way of the Dragon. There are these abyssal arrows just constantly going in, and there's another one landing on Ashley. It seems like Gaming Gladiators are doing their best just to defend this tier 1 in mid.
That's so tough. I mean, even when you try to get some space to work around with, you know, we always see this when teams are up against the Selena, dodging those arrows, watching out for those traps, and then she's got a purple buff on top of it. It's tiresome work, and that's what's going to be here for GG to deal with. And that's why we're trying to see them hold on to this turret so hard, but Vivian has been in the same spot too, and that's the threat with a Cho. Look, she's going to go in, finds the kick right there on the Way of the Dragon under the turret. Phoenix, turret still work on. Vivian might get taken out as Arya picks up the kill. Cindy on the run. A couple shots from Panda, but GG at least finding something.
That was great positioning and holding of the brush from Vivian, I must say. The mother of tanks. But that might have been a little too overzealous. Hold on, Nicolette. Oh, okay. So yeah, going back. It was a great engage, but the follow-up might have been lacking.
Here's a play. She goes in. Spear Misery there too. City in trouble. Panda, she's so low. She does find Shell. So she picks up one. Panda gonna be okay, but Fumieko jumps in, gets her ankles broken by Nicolette. But Nicolette gonna be fine. Ashley here to help. Fumieko still wants to go. Sacred Hammer going to keep her okay. Nicolette has dealt with this pressure all game. And now the Lord is up. GG's down almost 4,000 gold. Are they in a position to contest this objective?
They might have to consider whether or not they want to go for that. I mean, they have both ultimates from Ashley and Arya, so they might be a little confident in doing this, especially as they were also able to do quite a number of outplays down bottom. Earlier, we saw how they were able to win against the sister connection, the duo of Team Vitality, even just as we thought that Shell could have still survived that. But now it's clear that Gaming Gladiators might want to hold on to this current position that they currently have, but it's gonna be it could just be quick for Team Vitality to catch up. I mean, they just have to look out for the SOD, and then eventually they can catch up to the team fight. There's the conceal already committed, however, from Gaming Gladiators, and they weren't able to find any targets. So that might be one thing Team Vitality could. Oh my goodness! Look at these two roamers.
This is the standoff we've been seeing all over.
Who's the real leader of tanks?
Well, right now it's Team Vitality has done a whole lot. They haven't lost a game yet, and it's not looking too good. Nicolette gonna be in trouble. She goes in with a shadow kill, forced to fight it out. Gonna pop the regen. Vivian will back off. Still a whole lot of limit testing between both teams, but with Team Vitality in this lead, they should be able to head and go get this Lord. It's already in position for them, but they still look to be respecting the lineup of GG.
And the waves. The waves are such a huge problem for Gaming Gladiators too. It feels like Nicolette always has to deal with it. And it's not like she could show herself up too far away from the base, because Vivian is always accompanying Shell.
Yeah.
So one crucial mistake from Nicolette could cost them the objective, could cost them the Lord. And you know how decisive Team Vitality is, but they go for Vival.
He's gonna jump in. Implosion already used, but it's Vival. Maybe not the target you want to be going for here. Waves are pushed in on the bottom side. Look at Nicolette, she's in trouble. Show will pick up a kill, and now she's just gonna push the turret down. GG has no choice but to respond. Spear Destruction gonna be used, and they force a fight as Arya goes down as well.
This is what we've been saying. The waves, they're too difficult to manage. And one crucial mistake from Nicolette, now it cost them the Lord. It was just all hypothetical earlier, but now it finally happens. And how unfortunate is it for Gaming Gladiators, who are now forced to defend? At least for them, they have setups, they have the implosion, they have the heavy spin, but they have to use it on the right targets.
Vivian jumps in, goes in with the Way of the Dragon anyway. Implosion to respond. Immortality going to be popped in Panda. Flickers defensively, all fighting on the turret as the Fury of the Phoenix goes down, and they finally find Vivian, but Nicolette is gone, as well as Arya. Team Vitality with a massive lead will just win the fight.
That was a bold decision from Team Vitality. They did not wait for the Lord. They just went in for the Way of the Dragon. There was a slight miscalculation in terms of angle, which led to Vivian getting punished either way, but it seems like they don't mind. They gain access to the inhibitor turrets, they pop the holy shields, and they already took out the inhibitor turret down bottom either way. So they have the Lord already gaining access to the base, but Vivian, she is yet to catch up, so they might just respect Gaming Gladiators for now. If you look at their overall capability to defend, somehow Panda 1 already has the Trinity either way, and this is still Sayori we're talking about. I believe there could be a great combo coming from the Fury of the Phoenix and either of their setup ultimates. They just have to time it well enough. But Team Vitality, they might have just learned from their previous games. They do not want to give that opening anymore to Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, this is the troublesome part, though. You're finding yourself 8,000 gold behind, and Gaming Gladiators lineup when they're looking for, say, to follow up on Ashley's implosion. You know, are you able to actually withstand what, even if you get a pick off, it's like, are you able to withstand that fight after it breaks out? And that's the biggest question for them, because yes, Panda might have that trinity of items, But the hardest thing is surviving, you know, and Team Vitality right now with this kind of lead, they have so many options to go at off angles, especially when you throw in Fumi Echo's R-Lot. That's what we've seen her do time and time again now, twice throughout this series, and she's been on point with the final slashes.
Yep. Keeping the fights long enough, allowing for Panda to deal the damage and survive. But how do you do just that? Look at Ashley, even with just 1 or 2 abyssal arrows, it's brought down to half HP. But wait, they don't know where Nicolette is. They deny the purple buff either way, though. Oh, it didn't matter. Oh no, and the abyssal arrow too. See, there's just an endless list of problems for gaming gladiators at this point.
It's like a checklist that they're constantly looking for, because it's either, you know, the arrows or the final slashes like this. This is why I was saying, you know, and I think our panelists said the same thing. They shared the same sentiments when that Selena came through. It's a constant battle to watch out for these arrows, to watch out for the traps like we mentioned. And, you know, you take a couple of those shots, that bit of health that is burned down could make a difference right now in the fact that they're facing a huge gold deficit, and even the conceal being used. You know, this is tough for gaming gladiators. They're going to have to pull out a miracle, really, to get in a position to contest, or maybe they just defend in the base here.
I mean, even if you try to think of other areas where they can come from, the other surprises they gotta pick to. Oh, there they go!
They go in, they find the lockdown this time. Fumi Echo taken out of the picture. Could they turn it around? A Spirit of Destruction goes forward, but then Shell still on the bottom side. She joins the fight. They're gonna be able to find Nicolette, and now Arya in trouble. Flicker is on out, but Shell will find her. Cine getting the kill. 2 members down for Gaming Gladiators. And Team of Vitality will take that, and they'll go for the Lord.
Vivian just goes back to her post. She just makes sure that the other remaining members of Gaming Gladiators are not able to go any further. Oh no, Ashley though, she's right here!
Swoops on forward. Divel on the hunt for Ashley. Here the Phoenix could be dropped down. Shell 2 checked by Panda. So the damage is there for Panda, but like we're seeing, there's too much that they have to cover to win these fights, Brigitte.
I think Gaming Gladiators, whenever they decide to go for a fight, yes, they do go all in, but they don't get what's necessary for them to win in other areas of the map, which is why up to this point we're seeing it isn't that bad of a KDA for Ashley. It's a 0-0-5. That's like only one kill, which she hasn't been participating in overall for the situation of Gaming Gladiators, but it's still not going to be enough. The flicker's there for Vivian. They have to watch out for Panda 1 and Nicolette. She has to get a crucial pick off too.
See how they clear out the Lord. It's almost dealt with. Fury the Phoenix going to drop down, and the Shadow Kill will pull down the Wind of Nature from Shell. Try to hold on to whatever base turrets they can. A Winter Crown will be popped. Fumi Echo, though. Panda picks up a kill. Lord has already worked on in the last base turret. Gonna be close to falling. Arya trying to hold down after using the heavy spin. Sayori in trouble. But ultimately, Gaming Gladiators, do they keep this turret up? Still, Cine will jump in. Ashley's gonna bring her back. They'll pick up Cine. 2 down for Team Vitality. But all the base turrets are gone for GG.
Okay. They take down 2, and they are forced to retreat for now. It was a confident take from Team Vitality. City still decided to go in. There's the Fury of the Phoenix already committed as well. It seems like Gaming Gladiators want to capitalize on this opportunity. They already lost 2 members, so they want to make the most, and they want to take away as most objectives that they can.
There's the kick.
Okay. At least it was a tanky member that was caught this time around, but it could have been different.
Yeah, I think Pandas can take the Kai can take the kick.
Yep. At least we saw how Gaming Gladiators did pull off that defense earlier. They do have a checklist of things to worry about, but they also somehow still have that checklist. It may be a little vague at this point, but they still have a chance. So they were able to force out a couple of reactions from Team Vitality. Nicolette went in for the right targets. It's just that Shell, at this point, I don't think she'll ever be alone on the Moskov, so the damage will always have to be split up whenever she uses the Shadow Kill. But other than that, even the way they were just able to keep Panda 1 safe, and she did majority of the job in terms of clearing the waves. And Panda 1, mind you, also has the Wind of Nature now. So Vival has to be a little more careful. I am going to hope that for Panda 1, they capitalize on the passive that Zetian has also. So it's those small mistakes or errors that can come in from Vival are the openings that Gaming Gladiators can have. But Team Vitality, it seems like they're full aware of that too.
I think this is going to be not a guaranteed Lord just yet. Ashley's going to give them information. But we saw this back in the previous games, right? Game number 1, he's standing on that pressure side, half health on the Lord. It's GG to go ahead and rotate, but with an exposed base, you don't want to get tunnel visioned onto this objective. It is going to be an evolved Lord now at the 18.5-minute mark. So this is tough. This is a tough decision for GG to make. How do they approach the fight, but not lose to Shell's split push again?
Yeah, it seems like they changed whoever's assigned to managing the long lane. It's it's not Nicolette anymore. It's Arya, who's actually dealing with the wave down bottom right now. It seems like they know that they have to keep Nicolette alive, but Nicolette finds Cine.
She's going to be able to find Cine. Pops the Winter Crown. Fury the Phoenix, an implosion too. The final slash keeps Ashley at bay. Another Winter Crown going to be popped. Sayori's in trouble. She has her own Winter Crown. But now Panda, amidst two, pops the Wind of Nature. Sayori goes down and Panda versus Vivian. But Vivian gets the kill. And Nicolette on the run as well as Arya. Forced back to base. Nicolette cut off from the rest of the team. And Team Vitality might be able to just clean things up as Nicolette goes down. Shell and the rest of the team will make their way to base. Arya takes the hits from the spears as Vival and Cine will make their way with Vivian, and they have the base in their eyes as they work on it, and there's not much that GG can do. It's now championship point for Team Vitality.
I honestly don't know where to look anymore. There were too many fights going on at the same time. Denials here and there from Team Vitality. Retributions willingly expended just to take down kills onto Sayori. Risking losing your dash just to take down the jungler. Let's hear what our panelists have to say about this game.
It seems to be a consistent storyline for this grand final series. So close yet so far. Somehow Team Vitality just seems to keep finding ways to stop
also that this is where mobility in terms of the heroes that they had comes in because some difficult for Gaming Gladiators to disengage and somehow do enough initiations, and this is probably one of the highlights because just when we thought that Gaming Gladiators will have a better trade on taking down a turret, then you have the SOD plus
that every time she could Vitality, she would just get crowd control right away that she can't even press her ultimate.
No, not maybe with her being placed on the Hayabusa, it would give her a lot more leeway to be able to move around around the map compared to a Lancelot, but it turns out it's just Vitality. One of the main spears for
if they're thinking step ahead,
yes,
against gaming gladiators, so they know and they predict as to where the players are. So we could actually see that for Team Vitality, there were moments wherein there was a deterioration in terms of the formation, but at all.
Because honestly, using a Cho into an Akai is not easy.
Yep.
Right? Sometimes is able to stay off the combo. For some reason, they're able to find the right positioning. And the right entries to these team fights to make sure that...
The more we talk about this, the more I hear your takes. I feel like it's sort of similar to what Gaming Gladiators did yesterday in their series, where they were doing the whole divide and conquer strategy with the Badang and the Akai together. That Team Vitality, on the other hand, they don't have like a super clear combo for that. More so, they have 5 heroes who can do their own thing that forces Gaming Gladiators to all split up. And so then Team Vitality is just playing, all right, who's next? Okay, this one's out of position, we get this one. That it just seems so overwhelming for Gaming to handle.
Yeah, and that's true, because whenever there is an arrow hit also from a Cine, then for Gaming Gladiators, we need to move back, we don't have enough heroes with us to set up a play or probably go for another initiation. So it felt like for Gaming Gladiators, there were a lot of factors that they needed to consider before engaging. As compared to Team Vitality, either they hit or miss, then they go up to the next hero, right? So
yeah,
definitely for Team Vitality, it's very efficient with the usage of their heroes. Even Cine again on top of the damage dealt all throughout this game, and it's shared a piece with the Shell's hero also. So you have Shell doing the macro side of things, even Vival, but you also have the map control with Vivian, and you have the vision from Cine's hero.
All right, and just tell the story of what happened there between Vitality and Gaming Gladiators. We actually have some very special guests right now on our panel, so please welcome Chinchao and Funi, two very familiar faces for the members of Team Vitality, and I know you two are very...
Apa kabar? Baik.
You guys are going now for this. Although Eternal will be here to help translate for us. So I just want to ask you, you both of you have faced off against Vitality many times.
Yes.
All throughout the years.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask if you hate them, but I'm sure it's a friendly rivalry. But what do you think, first to start with you, Funi, what's the best quality of Vitality and why they're so strong?
Their teamwork.
Their teamwork.
Yeah, their teamwork, and all of them know their job, their own job in the game.
All right. So what about for you, Chinchao?
For me, I think they're all hardworking as a team. They're working hard. They're consistently playing so that they can give their best in every tournament. So I think that's... You kind of tend to get lenient,
yes,
and not working as hard, but they keep working hard throughout the years. So yeah, I think that's their strong point.
Okay, so they really good teamwork, and despite all of their success, Team Vitality do not rest on their laurels. They still continue to work even harder. We actually have a very special announcement real quick before we head back to our discussion with the Chinchao and Funi, that there is we have hit 340,000